the other series, all run by privateers.
Yes. I've reminded myself of the driving lineup actually 12 months ago for that debuting Mercedes. It was Charlie Putman, wasn't Jelmer Berman, but it was Hubert Haupt, Maximilian Buch, Kenneth Heyer and Rick Brokers had a go in it as well. And actually ran in SP4, not in SPX. And I remember they bopped it by making it come in for a pit stop more often than the other GT3 cars, and I think for a designated time period as well. So it was almost like it had to sit on the apron for a bit longer to ensure it didn't win, because it was well in the mix otherwise if they hadn't enforced those extra rules.
Leader came in and served his penalties, John. So the 91 has Ralph Bond crawled in, stopped at the penalty box, served what I think you said was 30 seconds of total penalties for the various track limits transgressions, and now we'll trundle down, pick up 4 new tyres. They've been changing tyres the whole time. And interestingly, whether perhaps we go overnight they'll be able to double stint. No one seemed even close so far, have they, Johnny? So no, it may be unlikely. So it's going to be a new set of boots. At the moment, it's like Rolf staying on board, so they're not changing the driver, which has been happening more often earlier. I'm not sure whether this is to do with how the code 60s have affected stint time. I don't have Rolf stinks. It reset when he came in the pits, unfortunately.
Ralph, rather than Rolf.
I love calling him Rolf. I always got Rolf Bond, Ralph Bond.
I immediately think
he's only done 20. Sorry, guys, he's only done 22 laps on that stint, and that car can easily do getting on for twice that. Although Daniel Alleman only did 29 laps before that. Did
he come in on a code 60? I think that's what's affecting these runs, isn't it? That they're stopping the code 60. He did, okay.
Wait a minute, hang on. Did they change drivers on the code 60? Lap 205. That car was last in. Hang on, I'll have to go to a different screen for that. He says channeling his inner Trustwell. Hello, Paul. Hope you are listening in. I'm sure you are.
We've had a couple of bits of help from Paul already today, thankfully. So he's managed to give us a couple of corrections, which is very useful. So just to sort of say, Paul's listening. We've said it before. Thank you to Paul for his help, and obviously the key thing to say to Paul is get well soon, mate. We want to see you back at a virtual track or a real track as soon as possible.
Right, I need to find out where that last code 60 was, and that's not an easy thing to do. No, it's not telling me when it was, but if I spin back lap-wise, the last code 60 was a short one at 18:31.
So that's an hour ago. And Paul just told me, yes, he did come under code 60.
Okay, there you go.
So that's the wonder of WhatsApp. It comes on my watch, and I get a Paul Trustwell watch information update.
Very good. Most useful. Do you have that in general life as well?
I definitely need it. I haven't got it.
If not, then you
don't do that. It's a really bad idea. Oh, too late, done it.
So that would be, you would have one from Paul just for your statistical anomalies, and one from what would Eve do?
That would save so many issues.
So there are currently 5 code 60s on the list, I'm noting, John. Do you concur with that?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, 5 for 6 laps, but 37 minutes and 45 seconds. Let me just check my other screen for that, because I have an opportunity to look at a couple of different areas just to make sure. Well, 38.10 on that one, so it'll be somewhere in between that, but 5 code 60s, 6 laps, and somewhere in the region of 38 minutes spent under full course purple.
And the first one labelled as a crash at turn 13, which seems fairly conclusive, Nick. Who was adamant it was turn 12 earlier on.
Is that twice Nick's been wrong already this weekend? 3 strikes and you're out, mate.
At least.
Oh, you know, it's
going to have to go home the next one.
Well, okay.
Will you agree to that? Fair enough. So, yeah, car stopped at turn 15, which was just before 4 o'clock local time, and another car stopped at turn 12. But the other, you mentioned there were 2 for debris that we've had as well. So that was about 5:15, and one, well, coming up for an hour ago as well. So they look like they were quickly retrieved, those bits of debris, actually within 5 minutes each of them. In time, out of turn 6, which is Tora VIP, the race leader heads. The black Porsche with the red detailing. Sister car runs with red and the green flanks. A little bit of green detailing on the hood as well. So gone are the days where we used to have one white and one black car from Herbert Motorsport.
Yes.
Much more easy to spot from a distance, but it's okay. I'm living with their current liveries.
I actually think the colour liveries are really quite good.
No, they look great. It's just from an identity point of view.
Easy,
I need a
green
bit
and
more
red.
help.
Unless you're red-green colourblind, in which case it's a major issue, it's fine.
They just need to be facing me, though, because from behind they look very similar.
Yeah, it's true. It's menacing, the GT3 Porsche style.
They did have different coloured wheels yesterday in qualifying. Is that continued into the race?
No, yes, it's certainly something. I remember them being different in the start. I think they've now gone back to a similar, but they look very scale actually at one point. There's certainly one set of rims on the 91 which are bright yellow. I don't think all their rims are bright yellow. On board with the 117, they come to you Audi, which led this race for most of the first hour under the auspices of Tom Coronel. Behind him, if we could see in his rear view mirror, we'd see that breathing all over him now is Luke Breukers, who we're trying to get a lap on him, and he's coming in for his pit. So he will now hand that lap to Luke.
So it goes the Aston Martin, the 401 Tangerine Dream, one of Johnny's favourite coloured cars, I'm sure.
It is
with
immediately, yeah.
Of course it is. A little bit of oil on the back of that car, just like looks like it's either that or it's running perhaps a little bit rich, and that's a bit of a fuel deposit on the back, but it looks more oily to me, which is quite unusual from that Aston, which is of course the AMG hot V turbo engine, twin turbo engine. If you just I noticed it a little while ago. And when I was watching some of the onboards in the break, and it doesn't seem to be getting much worse, but you can see it just underneath or in between the rear lights, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I went for a going away shot, but that's interesting because normally you don't see oil out the back unless there's a problem, because as you rightly say, John, you see often cars get splattered out the front. Yeah, it's got some grubbiness, isn't it? That's an interesting point. There is a possibility there's been a very small amount of weepage and he's gone slightly off track and then managed to stick dirt to it in the way in which some unscrupulous motorcycle riders try to deliberately coat their number plates with enough dirt where they can say, oh, officer, no, I've got a legal number plate, you just can't see it on the cameras, it's covered in dirt. But yeah, I mean, it's... I
mean, you have to wash rear number plates on your bike.
Someone told me that once, John. I'm not sure if it's true or not. I thought it was illegal. We had to keep them as they were, as they came from no fiddling with them. You can't make them bigger, smaller, brighter, darker. So surely you can't clean them. But yeah, it's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that one. I would assume, obviously, it's not worrying the team because they aren't getting a low oil pressure warning. We have seen a couple of stops. We've yet to see a stop where anyone's plugged in extra fluids. We've seen some stops they've plugged in a computer going, oh no, what's gone wrong? But yeah, so it's something to keep an eye on. But yeah, at the moment, probably not massively concerning. But these things, of course, have the case of suddenly just literally blowing up in your face sometimes.
Nick Damon, Johnny Palmer and me, John Hindhaugh for this part of the race, with the sun just starting to become an issue as it drops down low. Turn 15, Galp, that long right-hander that leads on to the front straight. Shouldn't be too bad at 13. I think you're just probably going away from the sun. It'll be on your right-hand side. Turn 12 might be a little bit difficult, and turn 4 as well as you come down the hill. We're not using the motorcycle chicane, so effectively turn 2 is the little kink between turn 1 and turn 3. Turn 5 is the hairpin at the bottom of the hill, the VIP hairpin next to where that big circular hospitality is.
Rotunda, we're calling it.
Are you calling it a rotunda? That seems reasonable. So turn 9 is the kink named after the motorcycle rider. And the splitting turn 10 and 11 on the track map that I'm looking at on the official timing.
Right,
so Portimao actually has an in and an out, and turn 10 is the in, which is where the 408 car is right now, just going through turn 11. Meantime, the 188 just coming down through turn 9 now. That's the sweeping left-hander, climbs up towards Portimao, and the first part of Portimao there is turn 10
and not
then 11.
Again.
Yeah, exactly right. And picking up that right rear wheel. And then from there on, it's as we were describing them. But there is an opt, if you look carefully out of Primera, the curve of Primera, turn 1, there is an opt to have a little right, left, right motorcycle chicane between turns, what on this configuration is called turns 1 and 2. We've got this 117 in fuel at the moment. That's the Come To You Audi Sport car. Nicholas Bert brought that car in from what was then 3rd position, lost that to Jasmin Preisig in the Autorama #1 car, the championship winning car from last year, overall championship winning car from last year. Second in TCR's the 112, which is the other Autorama car, and of course Red Camel, Luke Broikers leading that at the moment by
over a lap.
Actually, almost a lap.
Yeah.
Almost a lap.
The top 3 will be owing us a stop soon. They're all over an hour and 10 in the stint length. That will include some Code 60, because we had that. Well, actually, no, think about it. An hour and 10 is exactly when that Code 60 fell, wasn't it? At 6:30. We're now at 20 to 8. So, that's been a full speed run for an hour and 12 hour and 13. Unfortunately, we weren't on air, so we don't know whether they did a single run through to get half a tank or a full run through to get a full tank. So maybe they can actually run 15 minutes if they manage to get a bit of extra fuel into those tanks, which of course are larger than they require, and they can start with a full tank that is bigger than they're allowed to refuel with. So it'll be really interesting to see how long they run, because we're able to work out how they handled the previous Code 60.
You're talking about the Red Camel guys, yeah?
Also, Marcus Bourne in the Autorama car, that's on a 111. And
well, they're both pitted at the same time.
Yeah, there's about a minute.
They both pitted 34 laps ago, and Yasmin was a lap before that. Nicholas Bart pitted on the same lap, so I would suggest that they took a full tank there, because they're now on 34 laps, and the best I can see for a TCR car was Yannick Metler's 38, which had some Code 60 running in it. So I would suggest that they got somewhere near a full tank, because they'd just done a full run previous to that. Autorama is in.
Yeah, Yasmin's come in.
#1 car.
Out she gets. It's a standard stop, as we've seen. They do all 4 tyres now, just in the fronts again. It appears you can get those rear tyres running for about, well, the entire race, really. And then you change the fronts every single stop. Behind them, the 124 is going through the same process. Looks a little bit further along. That's the Bruno De Rossi in the Code Racing development car. So we're still waiting for the top 2, the erstwhile leader in 2nd place, which is the Broikers and the Autorama faster car, the 112. But yeah, they're getting some good mileage out of these cars, and it does seem certain they are running to the tanks rather than to the tyres. But when they get there's no chance double stinting those fronts at all.
No, and it doesn't matter seemingly how much care you take in the opening phase of the stint, because it's still going to bite you. You know, just the cumulative mileage is just a bit too much for the tyres. But very different approaches from the 3 protagonists in the TCE category in the opening couple of hours, and really coming home with the same result, as in, you know, they were still within metres of each other, despite there being a 30-second gap mid-stint. So that will have educated the rest of the TCE field. I think if they were thinking, are we not necessarily on the best strategy here, just observing everybody else, you kind of think it's all a bit of a muchness. We'll just stick to our game plan.
Now, I know this is only 1 lap, but last time around, as we get towards the end of the run again, Mikas Boom in the 112 was a 1.5 seconds faster than Luke Broikers. So as they get towards the end of the run, the Autorama car always gets quicker. They lost out. They lost out in the 2nd stint because the Code 60 came out exactly the wrong time. Just they're about to come into their own, as far as we can see from this setup. They didn't get that bit because it had gone. Everyone changed. So they should get a couple of laps of catch-up time again. And with the correct road. Oh, the leader's in the pits.
91's in the garage.
The leader's in the pits.
91's in the garage. Now, they had 30 seconds of penalties to serve, which I have to say I didn't notice that they did when they came in. But the 91 Herbert car, Ralph Bone,
for a minute,
that car's gone straight into the pits, guys, I think.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Actually, the shot was poking in. It was nosed in. Only a lap, I think, for Ralph Bond, perhaps 2. And then they'd be in the pits for a minute and 13 seconds with another problem. So
Came in at the start of, or the end of lap 227, and we're on 230 now, so possibly 3 laps that car's been out there.
So is that Taki Constantinu taking the race lead then in the sister Herbert Porsche?
I think he gets it when he goes across the lead.
Next time round.
Okay, well, he was trailing by a minute.
No, he's not, because already out of the pits is Ralph. So Ralph's left the pits for a very, very short stop. Come in, minute and 36, in the pits, put it in.
But he was only trailing by a minute, so I think 92 leads this now, because he will have closed
I think
up
you
on
might
a
be
minute.
right.
This is lap 234.
Let's find out.
And
92's at turn 7. 92 is at turn 7.
Yeah.
91 is at turn 4. So
but crucially, 92's come through the end of sector 1, and we haven't yet seen 91 do that, because as you say, he's only just leaving the pits now. We're Ralph
91's on the way down to T5. Yeah, on the way down to T5. So he's lost the distance between T5 and T10.
Yeah.
And of course he didn't have to fuel. He didn't then go and put any more fuel in because he'd only been out there for 3 laps. So Bourne back out on the track, same driver. So what happened there, and why did they feel the need to go into the garage where you can only have 4 mechanics working on it with these new COVID regulations? So we reckon Taki Constantinu then, JP, is leading the race.
Yeah, and this is the 5-driver lineup for Herbert Motorsport, and you know, on paper they are not as quick as the 91 just because of their sheer experience, but now Taki Constantinu confirmed as the race leader as he streams across the line with 234 laps to the 92 car, and the 91's going to come through about a minute further back. Confusingly for me there, Ralph Bone did have the letter F just flick across next to the 91 briefly. That might just be to do how the timing beams, the loops are arranged in the pit lane. Even if you don't go for fueling, you are shown in the fueling area all but for sort of 2 seconds.
Absolutely, Taki's taking the lead in 92, but remember, he does owe us a pit stop.
Yeah.
He's an hour and 11 into this stint, so he stopped at the last code 6 as well. Rolf has stopped effectively for fuel purposes 15 minutes ago, so he's walking around with 55. So he's working around with 55 minutes more fuel, John. So he is net in the lead, but suddenly what we're seeing, you've got quite a sleepy walk in the park, is suddenly becoming very, very exciting, and it'd be great to know. Wonder what can you fix by putting it in the garage for a minute, John? What on a Porsche you can't do on the apron? You need to push it in, but a minute later it's mended.
It's the CD changer, I reckon, clearly.
Yeah, he's got no more Phil Collins. No more Phil Collins.
Josie Costa into the pit lane. He gets out that bright silver helmet for the Veloso Motorsport Cayman, and 408 in the pit lane. It's an interesting one, and for me, it's not just the fact, JP, that it was a minute in the pit lane, no need to go to fuel, as we mentioned. And by the way, the fuel, it does, as Nick surmised, the timing beam trips at the end of the pit lane and shows you in fuel until you go out of the pit lane itself. So it's either a quick flash of the fuel as you go out the pit lane, or it stays as fuel until you come back round again and trip the exit. It's not just the fact that it came into the pits, JP, it was the fact that it went into the garage, which meant that 4 people could work on it rather than 2. But why? Why, for such a short amount of time, did they feel the need to put it in the garage?
It's weird, because, as Nick says, what can you fix? Unless they genuinely didn't know, and then they get it in the garage. Right. The guys can swarm the car and go, oh, it's only that. Bang, job done, send it. And until they'd got it in the garage and could actually get that amount of personnel around, the answer wasn't particularly forthcoming. But it seems like they've solved it, because the pace of the car's good now.
The car feels wrong, feels wobbly. They thought it might have been a suspension, turned out to be a flat or something.
Yeah.
Or maybe a loose wheel.
Yes.
5 laps ago he was in getting tyres. Maybe a wheel had worked loose. They didn't quite have the lock nut all the way up. So Ralph Bowen then in second place now, and he turns through Portimao, the turn 11, heading downhill. Portimao closest to where the town of Portimao is, and meantime, sorry, that's the leader going through there. Meantime, Ralph Bourne is coming to turn 9 as the leader exits turn 14, right in the wheel tracks of the Breukers family outing car, the 101. So they're coming around the final corner now, and the 91 is just going through turn 12.
It's quite strange actually. Sitting here and doing your job, really, John, is giving me a massive appreciation for my job normally, because I desperately want someone to go down the pits and ask these questions and find out what's going on. We need me or Joe in the pits to every single team. About 5 things I need answering right now. Just need someone in the pits, honestly.
Yeah, I knew something was missing. Just that nagging voice in my ear.
I got something.
Trying to get in all the time.
Ruining it all for everyone else.
But now I really do realise your value in the whole piece. You know, it's only when you're not there I think, oh, what a good job he does. No, yeah.
And the rest of the team,
obviously,
everyone else as
your
well.
pit lane reporters are crucial to getting the information, and then the only problem is what the team's willing to tell you, because often they're so tight-lipped.
But you have your eyes. The eyes
That's
tell
all
you
about,
so much. And obviously in Joe's case, had ability to taste the fluids as well.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah.
Don't even go there. Really. One day we're going to lose him. We are going to lose him. 408 is in. Velosa Motorsport still listed as Jose Costa, but we saw him go out. We'll see that flip over once we get that through the next of the timing loops when it comes out. I tell you what, I know it's the end of the run for Taki, so the car's getting lighter, but he did a 48.2 last time around. Ralph Bourne a 46.8, but he's on brand spanking new, 5-lap all tyres, assuming, of course, that they didn't stick another set of Hankooks in when it was sitting in the pit lane, just as a matter of course. Leader coming up to put another lap on the number 978, the speed lover Dominique Bastien car, which had all kinds of problems early on in the race, but he's back out again. It's now actually only...
Did you say that the 112, the Mikas Bourne car's in the pits as well, and on camera now? So the Autorun Motorsport by Wolf Power, the car that's running second in TCR and TCE has come in. So that just leaves the leader, Luke Breukers, ploughing his merry way, not only leading by this part of a lap, but also having a bit of extra run time as well.
That's true. And yes,
he's done 40 laps in that, JP. Luke Breukers has completed 40 laps already.
Yeah, mightily impressive. I'm just watching Mikas Bourne firmly ejected from the car there. It's almost as if the driver getting in just shoved him out of the way. Get out of the cockpit. I'm trying to strap my belt on.
Go.
Exactly.
Now, they're doing a 4-tyre swap, I think, there. So they have decided they finally, after however many hours been running, after 10 hours, it's time to replace the rear tyres.
Well, we have said, they're just basically there to keep the back of the car off the ground. Tyre wear relatively limited in that portion of the car, but they will have a shelf life, nevertheless. Nothing like the fronts that these TCEs are eating through, despite them doing longer stints than the GT3s. Hour and 15, hour and 20. We did see one TCE car do an hour and 25 at the start of the race, but I think that was just a little bit too far for said team. It was the Come To You team or Audi Sport entry that really fell off the edge of the cliff towards the end of Tom Coronel's stint. 101 cresting the rise now at turn 11 or 10, whichever track map you're looking at, and now plunges downhill on this roller coaster ride of the Algarve circuit just up the road from the Atlantic coast. Number 4 illuminated in the rear window of that car. Now that's an overall position, isn't it?
They've not subdivided it into the two classes. They've just given one overall scorage.
Interesting, because I normally see the orange positional lights and think that's a class position in GT series, and the blue or greeny coloured ones, and that tends to give a position in the TCEs, but those positional numbers have been reconfigured slightly for this weekend. 220 laps now in the book for the Red Camel Cupra, leading from Autorama Motorsports entry number 112, which is in the pits, as we've said. Nathaniel Berton, who is being welcomed into the fold at Come To You team Audi Sport for this weekend, and also for some World TCR racing, as much as can be possibly fitted into 2020 as teammate to Tom Coronel. That was announced this week. And Jerome Oguet, also for Autorama, running 4th ahead of Stéphane Perrin for AC Motorsport. There are squads from Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, Switzerland, France, and of course Portugal, all represented.
little bit of an interesting snippet of news has come to my attention.
Oh, yes.
Looking outside the world of Creventic and endurance racing, apparently there is a rumour, John, you'd be interested in this, swirling around the Algarve, that it is about to be announced that Portimao will have back-to-back F1 races on September the 27th and October the 4th.
Doesn't surprise me at all. We talked about this in the qualifying show, didn't we, that Portimao was one of the multitude of European circuits that have nice weather at later in the year who decided to upgrade, in inverted commas, their FIA grading, track grading, to grade 1, which is F1 race. Portimao's always been an F1 test circuit, F1T,
yes, F1T.
Or grade 1T, excuse me. And the only difference between certainly back in the day when this was built for F1 testing, just before the F1 testing ban came in, this place in Bahrain, if you remember, we're hoping to get some off-season testing dollars in for Formula One. And in those days, the only difference in terms of facilities and safety was none at all. It was the difference in how much you paid for the license when the inspectors came round. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It was like the difference between me getting my FIA International C license and getting my International B license. You know, once you've got to the level, you can be International B so long as you've done the right amount of races, but it just costs you a lot more money. It does allow you into other things. There's the simile again. And then you've got to keep it up at that level by doing an international race. Well, I think it's a brilliant idea. It was a brilliantly opportunistic idea, particularly in the days as we have now of closed doors events, JP, because, you know, the only thing that you would say is an issue with Portimao is the state of the spectator tribunes around the far side of the circuit, where even when I was there 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago, the foliage was already growing through. It's not the case on the front straight, in fairness, but if it's a closed door event, who cares? They might have to get a better electrical system in there. Although I suppose
that's been massively improved, John, in the last couple of years.
Right.
We've had
I suppose
no
the
power
other
cuts.
thing is that F1 actually just parachute everything in anyway, don't they? The internet and everything else. I think it's a brilliant idea. Mugello looks like it's going to get at least one race as well. Imola has renewed its Formula One Grade 1 licence, FIA Grade 1 track licence, for another 24 months. We could have a Formula One season. Chase Carey wants a minimum of 16 races, he keeps saying. Well, that could be a whole European season with a couple of double headers. When did you say? End of September, beginning of October?
I mean, from what if you look, we've got 8 so far. I think that the dates might be a week out. I think they're going to go and do a double header in Russia. After either the week after or a fortnight, probably after
Sochi, easy to control.
So you go
very
to Sochi
good
for a fortnight, then you'll come here for a fortnight, and at that point you are on to 12 races. So we know there's 3 at the Middle East at the back end of the season: Bahrain, Abu Dhabi. That's going to happen, no questions asked. There's no problem there. That's already been arranged. Just the dates need to be firmed up. So you throw in a Mugello or an Imola, you get 16, which is the TV number, and you don't have to go to the Americas. And there's nothing against the Americas. It's just it's a trip. It's
another unknown,
various
isn't it?
problems. You know, the issue is obviously that certainly Brazil is going to be a non-starter because they are very much further back in the growth of the COVID situation. Mexico's having a bit of a bad time as well at the moment, and Texas and Costa have got their own problems. So my guess is this statement about a double at Portimao would make a lot of sense. Possibly 4th and 11th of October would be more likely. But yeah, I mean, and it would be a great. And there are, as you did point out when you were talking through the track, John, there were a couple of cut-throughs, which means you could have a couple of slightly different designs. You know, even
from one weekend to the next.
Even as simply as not running the full way down to turn 6 and for Torrey, but perfectly turning and the cut through, which is much near the rotunda. So you even changing the track slightly and perhaps shortcutting between 12 and 13, you make the track more open. You just change the setup slightly. You change the tyre regulations and everything else. So it's great. I really hope it happens.
Hasn't been a Portuguese Grand Prix since
1996. I went to the last one at Estoril. It's my second ever F1 race.
And this place has never had a Grand Prix, has it?
No.
No, correct.
I mean, 2020 could be the season of, the touring of the tracks you always wished F1 could go to and hasn't been able to do for various reasons.
Because suddenly it's
they go back to Imola, they go to Portimao.
It's the quality of the tracks, not the quality of the check that counts.
Well, and yes, that's very different. Yes, exactly. It's only ever had 3 F1 tests, one in December 2008 and 2 in January 2009. Ferrari, McLaren, Toyota, Renault, Toro Rosso and Williams, all there. And for Lando Norris, it was his first ever drive of a Formula 1 car. It's where he did his McLaren F1 test as part of the BRDC award.
Oh, right.
We have, gentlemen, we've done another hour, so we'll give you the rundown of the standings now at a third distance in the 24 hours of Portimao, powered by Hankook. Herbert Motorsports number 92 car then leading the way after some very small issue for the 91 car. Switched those 2 Porsches around, and Taki Constantinou, still at the wheel of the number 92, then finds himself in the lead of the race by 10.5 seconds ahead of Ralph Bone in the number 91 car. Ralph in for a second stint. We've already had a good hour or so from Robert Renauer, Daniel Alleman, then Ralph Bone in for the third stint, Alfred Renauer, and we're back on the rotation now to find ourselves with Ralph once more. Mulner Motorsport of Belgium are in third position, with Dutchman Jeroen Blekemolen doing another stint. He's been in on one other occasion too, with Moritz Krantz starting the car, I remember. That car clearly leading the 991 class, though, by a decent margin, because their rival, the 978, has had so many issues, the Speed Lover Porsche. More on that in a second. Then the next few cars in the top 8 are TCE entries. Luc Breukers for Red Camel Jordans.nl. The Cupra leads the class by 33, no, more than that, over a lap, isn't it? Many laps, in fact. Back to the Volkswagen Golf of Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, the number 112 car, about to cross the line now to tick off 222 laps. So 2 laps behind the TCE leader. Nathanael Berton third in that division in the 117. Come to you, Team Audi Sport RS3. Then it's Jerome Oge in the number 1 Autorama Motorsport Golf. AC Motorsports Audi, Stefan Perrin, latest to be at the wheel. He's just come into the pits for a scheduled pit stop, the 188. Daniel Schwerfeld for Mulner Motorsport, driving the Porsche 718 Cayman, is in 9th place. That's another GT Series entry. And the Aston Martin of Pro Sport Racing completes the top 10, car 401 of Nico Verdonk. Thierry Boyer for Code Racing Development, another VW Golf, is in 11th place. That's obviously a TCE car. And then the last 4 are of the GT Series. The Porsche mentioned earlier of Speed Lover, Dominic Bastian, always been the only driver I've seen in that car. I'm not sure whether he has actually done all the stints or whether they've got a driver ID issue to add to their woes. But 978 is shown as in 12th position. Pedro Marreros for Veloso Motorsport, the Porsche Cayman, is in 13th place, car 408. And then 2 cars in the pits, one not to be seen again, sadly, is the 84 HTP Winwood Motorsport AMG. And Joaquim Pentado, not sure about the Park Alga Racing Team Mercedes, whether that's out or not, but it has been in the pits now for over 3 hours.
Yeah,
Nick.
that is a long time for. I don't believe in accidents, so we haven't had any information about that. So possibly that is another mechanical issue, which looks like we're going to be very Mercedes AMG short moving forward. Luke Breukers is still out in the car. 1 hour 35 minutes he's been running, so he must have trundled down the pits twice to absolutely top the tank up massively in the last Code 60, and B, he's managed to keep those tyres up and running for a mammoth single stint. That's pretty impressive run time. Anyway, he cut it on the Red Camel Jordan car.
So through the right-hander at turn 9 goes the 92 car, race leader, now heading towards the Craig Jones corner and up to 11 and 12, or 10 and 11 on some track maps. Again, not really getting too close to the curb through that second element of Portimao, making sure that no speed is scrubbed off and you get your optimum line through turn 12. 13 and particularly 14 are a case of the waiting game, wanting to get on the throttle much sooner than would be suitable, really. Although halfway round, and he's well on the throttle, is Taki Constantinou, and the car able to deal with that angle of steering still required to get out of Sagres, feathering the throttle through 15, but that's mainly because he's coming in the pits, Nick Damon.
He did seem to take a very sharp line to Galp. He managed to retain the lead. Ralph Bon was about 4 seconds behind the last time they clicked a timing beacon. But now in will come Taki. Taki has a longer pit stop to make than Ralph did in last time round, but he'll come out. It'll be probably a 3.5 minute stop, 4 minute stop, and that will be again but behind, but advantage to him because his team will have more fuel on board than the teammate, which is which is attacking than Ralph. So Ralph, it's ebbing and flowing now. That little hiccup that the 91 car suffered has actually thrown this back open for a few hours again, because their lead has disappeared. It's now just a sort of unwinding the stagger and rewinding the stagger each time they stop for pits, but rather than actually, we're leading, we're cruising away, and they actually have to work for it again in the 91 car.
Yes. You never let a race sort of develop into a rhythm where you think you are doing well, because you take your eye off the ball and very quickly it can change direction, the narrative of a particular race. Not sure still what happened with the 91, whether that could have been avoided. So often problems with cars can't really, despite how well you might be treating them. And let's bear in mind, everyone's done 8 hours now, so that's not a time to be sniffed at.
41 laps for Taki last time around, or last stint should I say. Now there was a couple of short full course purples in that code 60s, but even so that's a pretty solid run for Taki, and it would appear he has stayed behind the wheel of that.
Yeah, he's obviously done a lot of the driving so far in the first 8 minutes of this race. Maybe again he doesn't want to drive at night, so they have to rotate the others through, but sometimes...
What are the regs, Nick, about how much you can do in terms of consecutive stints? Is it still
3 hours, isn't it?
3 hours, yeah.
3 hours with a minimum half of what you've driven as rest. So if you're on for 3 hours, you can't get in for an hour and a half. There is a minimum drive time to score points of 2 hours and a maximum drive time for pros. I'd have to, depending on the... Actually, all these cars are in a single GT3 class. I don't quite know what the maximum drive time for pros is. Perhaps they've relaxed it today, but there's only one pro still running, which is over an hour anyway, and they always rotate very evenly through the 91 car, so they don't focus on that. So I think everyone else is pretty free about how much they want to drive, up to 12 hours, which most anyone can drive.
These races tend to be quite heavy for Robert, though, in the second portion, don't they? They tend to give him the opening stint, and then the next few...
They do a lot of rotation of Daniel and Ralph. And the Renault tend to take a step back in this early period.
Yeah. And then when it gets to the arguably more important stints towards the end, you're getting closer to the checkered flag, then that's where Robert Renault does an awful lot of hard work. It tends to flip between, well, as you say, with Alfred maybe... possibly with the odd Alaman stint as well. Yeah,
I mean, I think they're freed up from running the AM class, which would have limited the amount of driving the two brothers could have done.
True.
Because there isn't an AM and a pro class, it's just GT3. So they are free, but they are very much a egalitarian team, and even when they theoretically could drive a lot more, they don't. You still see Daniel and Ralph out in the car for many, many hours, and sometimes I think, well, what? This is great. You've put those guys in, but we might be quicker. We might be allowed to go in. That's not how we run the team. No.
That's really good, and I think if it got to a position where, was it Spa last year or the year before, when it was so close into the final stint, it was Herbert versus, I want to say the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, may not have been, but they unfortunately fluffed their final pit stop under the pressure because it was so close at the end of that Spa 12 hours. And that's when really they had little choice but to put Robert Renault in, as long as he hadn't overdriven and as long as he still had 2 hours left to do. But otherwise, I think it's a completely open floor, and they're there to enjoy themselves at the end of the day, aren't they? And they don't want to curtail each other's stints because it's fun is the bottom line. That's even in the Creventic regulations. We're all here to have fun, which I love.
Yes.
To this date.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's the focus, and then if you can string on, a little bit of strategy to ensure you win the race as well as get to the end of it, then that's a bonus. AC Motorsports Audi in its familiar white and black livery with that central black body stripe, heading to the highest point, or one of the highest, the highest point of the circuit, I'm going to say. Turn 11, and then a plunge down to 12, which really grabs the attention. The white and red Golf of Autorama Motorsport with the yellow, Dayglow yellow door mirrors just turning into turn 1, missing turn 2, as everybody should be doing this format of the circuit. That's the 112 Autorama Motorsport car then, showing us 5th place overall. That means it's second in the TCEs, and Finnish driver Kari-Pekka Laaksonen currently doing a stint. So 112 is actually only 21.5 seconds off the tail of the... Sorry, he's leading Nat Berton by that margin.
Yeah.
So, 20-odd seconds between second and third. A much greater margin back to the race leader. Sorry, John, go ahead.
Yeah, but Berton doing lap times that are the sharp end. In fact, last time exactly 2 seconds quicker than Kari-Pekka. And so that 20 seconds or so is going to disappear quite quickly, and that actually is reflected in the fastest lap times for those two cars as well. The Autorama number 112 best lap time of a 158.3, 156.6 for the Come To You team Audi Sport. Good to see that Berton here, and he's clearly taken to this front wheel drive and this endurance part of front wheel drive very well indeed. The 112 is the engine you can hear at the moment, the tortured 4-cylinder of the Kari-Pekka Laaksonen machine.
The interesting thing is, John, is that it's not surprising that Nat Berton is faster than Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, because that's the way the cars are set up. The Come To You Audi is very, very quick over the first half of the stint before the tyres go away, whereas the Kari-Pekka car is very, very quick, or perhaps just stays the same speed throughout the entirety of the run.
Yes.
Currently, he scored 5.5 minutes behind Luke Breukers, but Luke must be coming in soon for what will be a 4-minute stop, because he's he's going to be running for an hour and 43 minutes. It's going to be an hour and 44 minutes since he last stopped. So he'll be coming in soon.
He's coming to complete 50 laps this time around, Nick. A couple of code 60s in that for Luke Breukers, but his average is pretty impressive. His last lap actually was a bit slow. His last lap was very slow. Oh, it's because he's in the pits. He has just peeled off into the pits. He did a 2:01 and then a 2:09, but that was because he was already in the pit lane.
At the end of the tyre run, John, they have found difficulty. Both the Breukers car and the Come To You Audi team have found it difficult to crack 2 minutes the last couple of laps of a run, as the tyres do die on them.
Luke out of the car.
I'd say that's Evo getting in, because it's another of the rally helmets.
Yeah, it's the Stilo helmets that Evo tends to favour, sort of semi-open face, and in fact it is, because that's Rick just standing to the right-hand side of the car, making sure he's not over the line, because that would be not allowed. Only 2 allowed, plus the lollipop man. And out on the pit apron itself, so that's good. And the Cupra 101 with the additional LED headlights on the front for later on, still covered in tape at the moment. He peels into fuel.
Now, noticeable there, John, was that the reprimand by the stewards has paid dividends, because earlier in the race we were seeing quite a lot of the guys in the pits not wearing masks. That's now changed, and they've all been reminded that even though, yes, you are in the bubble and you know the other guys in your team, you still need to wear masks once you are servicing the cars, and that's good to see that they've taken that on board, and we are observing those COVID regulations.
Yeah,
yes, absolutely right.
I suppose it was going to take a few teams to receive penalties and to see how they were going to be treated if you did skip or overlook those rules. It's been enforced yet further how important it is to abide by them, and often it just takes a few penalties, sometimes dished out to other teams, to make sure everyone else bucks their ideas up, basically, and plays it to the letter of the law. So let's hope that aligns everyone in the right direction for the remainder of this race. Still got well over 15 hours of this race still to go. And getting to that nice part of the evening now where the shadows are lengthening, the sun's starting to get a little bit low in the sky.
We should be sitting there with a beer, shouldn't we, really?
We should really, yeah. And, yeah, very pleasant part.
That could be dangerous.
Very pleasant part of the world to be in, although there's a fair bit of wind around, though.
Well, yes. What's the name of the... I've completely forgotten the name of the fantastic hospitality that started last year. You guys always remember who it is. I just remember the very lovely girls who serve us.
Ela.
Ela. Yeah, we should be in there now with a couple of beers just, as they carry on.
Isla, let's call the whole thing off. They serve beer.
No, let's not. Let's really not. let's not call the whole thing off. That's been brilliant addition to an already fabulous championship, and the Creventic organisation, I think, have to be applauded for doing that central catering. A lot of the teams taking advantage of it as well. Of course, that's not here.
No. I think was it Mugello last year that was our first experience.
Yeah, it was.
And we walked in and went, "God, this is all right."
This is different. And I do remember I can't remember which race it was. I remember the smile on John's face when he got the gold wristband. That was like literally like all your Christmases come at once, John, haven't they?
Yeah, and thank you to Creventic and to the team, Either, for looking after us.
Yes,
because the good thing is even outside of meal times, you can always dash in there and get yourself a cup of coffee. We're not always available to go down there during quote-unquote normal meal times, are we? It's a bit like Marian's in IMSA parlance. Marian's have always got something on the go. And with the same team going to each of the tracks, they get to know what your likes and dislikes are, and the fact that your working preferences are, or your working requirements perhaps, particularly in the longer races, are a bit odd, and sometimes you might be just dashing in and out, and it really makes a huge difference to be able to do that. And with any luck, if we're on the pit side of things and it's not even that far down, you can almost dash out, grab a couple of cups of coffee for yourself and whoever you're commentating with, and be back within 5 or 10 minutes, 3 or 4 laps, can't you? And that's absolutely brilliant. Although, in fact, we have had our own coffee machine from Creventic in the booth in the past.
Yes, we have.
The coffee machine is actually the only problem with the coffee machine. It never seems to have the correct plug in it for the country we're in. There's a huge amount of scrabbling around trying to work out why it has got. It's got a European plug in the UK, a UK plug in Europe, and then in America it's got nothing that even remembers anything like it's going to plug in.
An adapter.
Yes, that's
my friend Anna.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always answers the question. 250 laps done. In fact, just ticked over 251. So that gives us an idea of maybe where we'll be at the end of 24 hours. Not sure we'll get to 750 laps necessarily, but last year's tally, 721, when Jiri Pisaric, Josef Kral and Matteo Malicelli took another victory around this place for Bohemia Energy Racing with Scuderia Praha. Their Ferrari has had something like 3 back-to-back wins at this place, and Herbert Motorsport have always struggled. Now, there is no Ferrari here this year, so that does really open the door for the German squad, and they are neatly positioned right now for first and second. Although it's closer between the team cars than they would have expected because of a drama for the 91 car. Margin currently standing at, well, 5 minutes 18 seconds it's shown on my screen, but that's because the 92 hasn't yet come across the line to complete lap 2:49. And there's another message on the screen regarding the 421 car failing to match or manage the track limits, this time at turn 4. So Lagos, one of the offending areas. Not sure whether that's going to be cutting the apex or running out wide on the exit. Probably running out wide, actually, as you make your way to turn 5. And you gain a lot of speed along there because of the long straight immediately after 5, John.
Sorry, Johnny. I have dug out, and thanks to the 24H series who've helped me with this, the regulations for drivers. If we start with the 991 AM category, no pro drivers. Semi-pro is any amount of time. AM drivers, minimum of 2 hours in a 24-hour race. That is in the AM class for 991. GT3 AM, I don't think we've got a GT3 AM here with the BOP advantage, do we, guys?
No, we don't.
Right. GT3 AM bot neutral is the AMs have to do a minimum of half the race. The Pro can only do a maximum of 8 hours. And in all other classes, the Pros can only do a maximum of 12 hours, whereas the AMs have to do a minimum of 2 hours. The semi-front Pros, it's open for how much they drive. So a little bit complex there, but ultimately that's how it goes. And thank you to the 24H Series socials for that.
So as the battle in TC unwinds, Evo and everyone else has now completed their most recent round of pit stop. Evo is sitting on a lead in the 101 Red Camels car of 1 minute and 23 seconds, but just ahead of the 112 Autorama Motorsport car run by Kari-Pekka Leegson. But Nat Burton is now just 12 seconds behind the Finn in third place. So as you say, that he's also gaining, say, by second half a lap. Evo's first lap was quite slow at a 2:02, but he's just getting himself worked into it again. But this is the chance for the other cars to make up the gap, because they're not going to get many chances with Luke or Rick on board. So when Evo's there, they've got to absolutely go like stink to try and close those gaps down.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, so Rick, who is classed as the Pro there, he's only done 2 hours and 43 minutes at the moment. Luke has done 3 hours and 42, and Evo has done 1 hour and 31. Obviously that's ongoing at the moment. Rick's best time 1:56.9, a 57.8 for Luke, and Evo a 59.1, his best time since the start of the race. He did have an early stint. It's gone Rick, Luke, Luke, Evo, Evo, Rick, Luke, Evo through the race so far.
So if Evo goes over 2 hours here, then they could just alternate the boys, couldn't they, for the rest of the race, as long as it was slightly more for Luke than Rick, who has a limit.
Yeah, Rick can't do any more than half the race. Yeah.
Trying to work out.
You know, Evo won't do that.
No,
not even entertain the thought of that.
Absolutely not. Keep rotating.
Perish the thought.
He will, yes. The sun's going to be causing a bit of a problem as it gets lower, and the north-south nature of this track, i.e. the start-finish straight, almost bang on faces north. So coming through 15, it's going to be pretty tricky with the sun.
Yeah.
And that's proven, in fact, by the 188 car that's just heading now through that right-hander. Now, you sort of set up the trajectory of the car before you get to that blind spot, but you've got to then have ultimate faith that you are going at the right angle through Galp. Down the main straight, absolutely fine. Then the first sequence of corners is away from the sun, but coming back from Lagos to 5, rather troublesome. And that run down out of Portimao, down the hill to 12, which is a striking corner because it's so quick. Maybe the angle's a favourable one because the sun's not, it might be covered by the visor quite well because your car is pointing down at the ground at something like a 45-degree angle, so that will help. But these are situations that if you've not raced at Portimao, you're going to have to come to grips with very quickly indeed. And again, the sim racing can represent that sort of, but there's nothing like the real sun poking its way into your helmet visor and blinding you around certain corners of this track. Bathed, though, in that golden sunlight right now at very nearly 8:30 on a Saturday night at the Algarve International Circuit. Great sound from the Autorama Golf as well, as the driver of the #1 car works his way down through the gears. Jerome Ogier, the Swiss, now powering out of turn 6 through that little kink at 7, flat, and then 8 and 9 are tricky. You need to scrub a little bit of speed off for turn 8. The more awkward one is 9 because it's uphill and because it's much tighter. Samsung corner, and that will determine your speed through turn 10 and the run up the hill then into Portimao.
We're actually not that far away, JP, from official sunset. It's 5 minutes before 9 tonight.
Half an hour away.
Yeah, sunrise in the morning, 13 minutes past 6. So we're into the area of the year where there's well over 14 and a half hours of quote-unquote daylight. I could bore you with astronomical, civil and nautical twilight times as well, but I won't. Just the sunrise and the sunset will do.
It's really near the middle of the year. That's the key thing. So the days are quite long.
Exactly.
Which is why this would normally be Le Mans weekend, because they like to keep the amount of night running down to a minimum. But it's a very good point there, John. It does give only 9 hours of 9 hours of official darkness. It actually won't be dark probably for much more than about 7.5 of those, with the gloaming and the glowing as they come and go into the night and then in the morning again.
Chance to really inspect the rear of the Aston Martin that's been getting very grubby indeed, and I just wonder whether there's a layer of something on the rear wing as well.
Yeah, I think you're right, JP.
That needs to be cleaned off at some stage, but they won't worry about that just yet. So whether that car is trailing anything suspicious, they don't seem to be really paying much attention to it.
I know.
Love that dashboard.
I'm just sitting there and trying to read things as well. It's a great shot we get with the camera. He's got TC on 7. He's got his air conditioning on 1. It's amazing. We read all those things are happening on that car.
Air conditioning, luxury.
AC1, I know.
It is an Aston Martin.
Yes, goodness sake. It's also got the cigar.
Standards to live up to.
We've got to keep the cigar humidifier working, haven't you?
Oh yeah, of course.
Humidor, yes, very good. I love those swan neck mounts for the big rear wing on that car. I mean, look at the difference though. That's a GT4 Aston Martin V8 Vantage, the new car. This is taking far too long, by the way, to get the window net in.
An issue,
but
I think.
Look at the size of that GT4 rear wing, as opposed to, say, the AMG GT4, which looks tiny in comparison on the silver car.
Yeah, is that a design choice, or is it a homologation issue? They're only allowed to have a certain amount of.
It's either radio or I think he's got the. It was either radio or the drinks bottle was caught on the. It's like a seat belt release for the window net.
Yeah, whilst that'd be frustrating, it doesn't particularly matter because their only rival in GT4 has been in the pits now for 3 hours and 29 minutes. And as we now do have a wandering.
That was Nick
camera,
Overtonk, by the way, getting out.
Yeah, we now have our roaming RF camera. They could trundle on down to the Park Algar racing garage and just poke it in and see what's going on with that AMG GT4.
And can I just mention as well that there looked to be a bit of work going on the 84 Winward HTP car that Bryce Ward had his nasty looking off much earlier on. There were guys in the garage there, so maybe they've had their evening meal and are deciding just to start to tidy things away. We have had the word from the team that has been withdrawn.
Yeah, I have seen it. It's happened on a number of occasions where cars have been withdrawn from the race and the mechanics come back after a meal and then do a lot of the fixing because they're obviously there, and they can't go away the following days. They actually will fix what they can whilst they're there to reduce what they need to get ready to base. Also, obviously, make sure the car will roll easily onto the transporter, nothing will foul anything. So yeah, that's quite often you do see something, a bit of a flow of activity. You can get you overexcited sometimes. It is just them being practical. They have the guys there. They're all fed and watered and know they're going to get a nice sleep tonight, so they will just put a couple of hours in cleaning it up, ready for the truck.
Well, I remember
there's a bit of a. Sorry, Johnny.
I remember Dubai. Do you remember huge crash for a Porsche very early on? Was it Dirk Werner driving that Golf Porsche? The first corner. Anyway, it hit the concrete incredibly hard, and by the end of the race, which wasn't the end of the race because Dubai was ended very early, you'll remember, the car looked brilliant. I mean, it was brand new showroom spec, purely so that they could put it back in the truck fully repaired, and they didn't have to worry about it anymore. You know, spend the rest of the race as it runs to fix and literally load it up, and that saves you an awful lot of legwork at the other end when you're then unloading again. John, you were about to say.
I was about to say there's a bit of a battle in TCR for first, second and third, fourth, fifth and sixth. RedCamelJordans.nl. Right, the gap there is over 1 minute and 17 seconds. But Kari-Pekka Laaksonen is taking about half a second to a second each lap out of Ivo Breukers. And Nathaniel Berthon is catching them both, and he's only 6.5 seconds back in the Company U Team Audi Sport number 117 from Kari-Pekka, and he's taking at least a second, last time a second and a half, out of the Autorama car. So that's just beginning to concertina back together again. In terms of their stints, Ivo's only been in that car for 6 laps. Carrie Pecker's been in for 16, and Nat Burton's been in for 24.
Yeah, I've been watching that as it comes down. It has been pretty consistently about a second and a half a lap that Nat Burton has been gaining on Carrie Lax. And Ivo started on 2:02s. He's now got the thing down to 2 minutes 0.3. So he's got his eye in now, so he can reduce the hemorrhaging of time, and I'm pretty certain if he carries on going, actually won't lose the lead even when he does the whole 35 laps of his stint. But it is very likely that Nat Burton is going to be right on the tail of the 112 Kari-Pekka Laakson car, so they'll have an Audi sniffing around the back of a Volkswagen very, very soon. First of all, he'll have to be overtaken by the 91 car of Ralph Bon, who's coming up behind the yellow DHL machine of Nat Burton. At the same time, interestingly, as the teammate 92 car just squeezes out the 112 Kari-Pekka Laakson Autorama Motorsport. He laps him. Sporting the yellow wheels, I see John on the 92 car, making a top-tastic Scalextric set from the 1970s, mid-70s to late 70s.
It reminds me, well, you could go back earlier than that, Nick. The old cigar-shaped Formula One cars that had the proper turning front wheels and the proper suspension on the front wheels. The Lotus always had the yellow wobbly wheels.
So right.
Yeah.
Now, interestingly, one of my earliest memories of mechanicking and cars is I decided to take the auto steering wheels apart. I was about 6 and something I got hold of. Interestingly, after a lot of faffing about, I couldn't get back together again. I remember having to go to my dad and ask him to rebuild it again because I had taken it apart but couldn't get it together again, which in many ways is the story of my life.
I was going to say, now you do have real cars.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. No, he's much better now. He's even not bad with a spray can on his cars. I've seen it.
Don't say that. The spray can is just not good.
If you like more on your walls than the actual car, then next in man.
Don't. First time I did the spray can, I got it so wrong. Been good ever since, but the damage has voluntarily been done.
Well, yeah. I think that was Veloso Motorsport.
Yeah, it was.
Going into the pits again. They've had problems all day today. Right rear issues early on, if memory serves.
Hang on, John, both the Caymans are in the pits.
Oh, Milner Motorsport. Yes, but that looked much more
it's the Mexican
regular.
one that went in, the Mexican colour one. Yeah,
that's the Veloso, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I'm having a bit of a kind of which one's which, but I think you're right. But they're both in pits, but one of them may well be for a massive problem. One may be for a pit stop. We'll just wait and find out because only one of them actually wandered into the pit lane, into the pit box. Sorry.
The other thing those yellow wheels remind me of is quite a lot of the RC off-road that you've had me do.
Oh, yes.
There's a couple of people who have bright yellow wheels, and I always go up and thank them very much, because when they get dirty, if it's particularly grubby, or even if it's just dusty, and the lovely brightly coloured bodywork on the buggies, you can't see them too well, then the yellow wheels really, really always seem to stand out.
There's a long-running argument about are yellow wheels or white wheels faster, and we all know the answer is neither, but the people will take both sides, as people will take both sides of any argument.
Hang on, stop. Can you please give me the rationale behind why either of them would be quicker when they're self-coloured wheels? They're not actually painted with anything.
Well, John, but much as I've been avoiding every other argument on Twitter and Facebook for the last 3 weeks, I'm not getting involved in that one either, because it's equally vehement as many of the others.
We all know that the wheels on Hot Wheels cars are the ones that go fastest.
No, that's true, and more importantly, there are differences. And the other secret, which I found out when I was about 10, perhaps 9, was a secret weapon, WD-40.
Yeah, see? And obviously the rate.
Other spray-on lubricants are available.
Well, yes, but water dispersal 40 was the best.
And sequin-based stickered wheels probably as well. There's many versions of those.
It is a 408. You're absolutely right, John. It was Pedro Mereiros taking the Veloso Racing Porsche Cayman GT4 into the pit, and another Porsche, a different type of Porsche, but it's still underneath that right rear, as we saw earlier on with the Speed Lover Porsche, which is a 911. So that's where
this
all
408. Yeah, they've all had this 408's had right rear issues before, at least twice in the race. I've seen that.
And of course, that's where all the working goes on there. He's ahead of the rear wheel, which obviously for a boxer, that's where the engine is. Allegedly, I've never seen an engine in the boxes, to be honest. I'm not sure they have one. So he'll be taking off whatever the 4,000 coverings and think, oh look, there's the up and down oily bit. We finally found it. So
well, and that is a 981, so that is the same as the one that you have been in, albeit the Boxster version without the roof, and the other one, the 421, which is the 718, slightly different body shape on that car, has now rejoined the blue and white car.
And Nick
so
and
that
I,
was a much more standard.
We were trying to work out which is the newer
That's
model.
The new one.
So the
That
718, the 718 spec is the new one.
I also received
Correct.
a bit of information through Facebook, which I was told that actually the Pedro Monero, the Veloce Merciful, actually isn't a full-fat GT4 Club Sport. It's actually a level down. It's more of a...
so which one was that?
The one that's in the pits at the moment, the Veloce
480.
car, actually isn't a GT4 Club Sport. It's a kind of something that was mocked up before GT4 Club Sports were out.
Well, no, that did happen. There was, before there was an official GT4 Club Sport for that shape, there was a race kit that was done for it. So there was two versions. There was a Gen 1 and a Gen 2 of the Club Sport almost, because quite a lot of people who were racing them in IMSA competition in the Pilot Challenge in those days, they upgraded them. It was quite an expensive upgrade, I seem to remember, and there was one or two teams that thought it possibly didn't give them any better performance at all, so they were just waiting for the new ones to come out. As I said in the qualifying show, Nick, although that's a 718 shell that's out there, which in road cars up until recently, and the new top of the range has come out with the new flat six engine. They were all 4 cylinders when the 718 came out. And in fact, the responsible adult went and looked at one before she got the 981 6-cylinder that she's got now, and preferred the 6-cylinder car, even though that the 4 cylinders had just as much power, but she just preferred the sound of the 6. And you know, there's another reason I married her 14 years ago. Can't you argue with that at all, can you? No, I want the 6-cylinder. Are you sure you don't want the new 4-cylinder?
She has great taste, doesn't she? In cars.
Yes, very good point. Well
thanks,
made.
Palmer.
Excellent.
Thanks, Palmer. What a shame Johnny Palmer won't be working for us for the rest of the year now.
Oh, he seems to have lost Johnny.
He has technical difficulties.
Oh, how true that is.
Yeah, I'll hold my hands up. It's a fair shout.
Leading across the line to complete another lap, Ralph Bourne, and round about 5 minutes up the road, so that's the better part of 3 laps lead now from Tim Muller, who's behind the wheel of the second place car. Jerome Blakemolin has the 991 class leader, which is the Cup car, up into 3rd place. Now, what version of 991
Daniel
is
Alleman
that?
there, so the leader's about to start. I'm pretty sure that's Daniel. Looks like him with his helmet, but
1 foot in, 1 foot out.
1:42 has been the stint time for Ralph, so there's a good chance he will be coming in now in the 91. And
29 laps on this stint since he last left the pit. God, I don't talk for a living. Last left the pit lane. So he did 23 laps when he took the car over. Then there was a full course purple, wasn't there? Then he did that odd 5-lap stint that we've not really got to the bottom of, and then he's done another 29 laps. So he's been in there for a while, hasn't he, Nick? So he's getting up towards his 2 hours.
Yeah, an hour and 43 without the pit visits, because they're not counting the stint length anymore. So so they're bringing him in now, and that will mean that Tim Muller, who currently is scored as 5 minutes and 20 seconds behind, will gain a full pit stop, which, interesting in their case, was 5 minutes and 6 seconds. It'll probably be a little bit shorter for the main team, but still, we should bring them together. Absolutely together now is the 112 and the 117 for second place overall in TCE. Last time they crossed the line, Nat Burton was just a 1/10 of a second behind Kari-Pekka Laakson. So the 112 and the 117 is where the action is at the track at the moment as we follow the 91 into the pits, and Ralph will hand over to Daniel Alleman. But when they cross the line next, we may well see a change for second overall in TCE.
Yeah, Burton's right there, isn't he? Where are they on the track at the moment? He's gone through. He's already gone through. At turn 12 at the moment, and heading down towards turn 13 now, and Burton has passed the 112 car, so that's a change for 5th overall and 2nd in TCE as the Herbert car comes in. Another nice set of bright yellow. That is a good colour of wheels. So they're going onto yellow rims as well, so that's going to mess everything up with the... Oh, hang on, they had yellow... I know that he's already changed the front one. So they're going on to yellow rims as well.
They must have bought another batch, wasn't they? This year's they got a cheap job lot from somewhere which were yellow. So
well, they look very Manthey-esque, and of course they have run. Precoat Herbert have run Manthey cars.
Have they been hanging around the back, waiting for them to get lifed out of Manthey?
Cast
and we'll take them, Is that...
Misshapes. Let's hope they're not misshapes.
No.
They do look very bad.
They also look really quite good. I'm going to have to say right now, I think they look rather good. I quite like a bit of yellow against
I think they look good at night as well, in the twilight. Maybe that's the decision to strap them on now for the evening running.
What, so the driver can't see his wheels?
In through the garage, into the fuel station.
In through garage 37, out through garage 38, John, as we found out earlier. And I vaguely actually remembered that, which I was quite pleased about. So it's skewing the first one, they must be slow, and going off that third one, which they've already timed as the fastest one.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, that's what you do. Just finishing off the thought on coloured wheels, why don't Ferrari in F1 have gold wheels again?
I think actually there's a good reason for that, and they don't cool as well. There are actual reasons for having them as black. Now, this car's in too early, John. We shouldn't be seeing the Pro Sport racing car back again. They're still over there, aren't they, with the drink or the radio?
I think it's the window net, isn't it, that they're struggling with that.
It's interfering.
It didn't look like it fatted in.
I wonder whether it's catching on his drinks bottle or lid, which is actually preventing him getting full head movement.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened, Nick. You're spot on there. And there is just a little clip there for the drinks. That's not a long enough
pipe.
Drinks pipe means he can't turn his head to the right-hand side.
So now
it is Rodrigo Gillon. And now they're having a look at the wheels as well, or the tyres as well, should I say.
They're doing the old, is your wheel bearing broken thing. There's not much. It's a split looks clean still.
There's some scuffage down that left-hand side, just onto the door as well. That was almost indicative of side-to-side contact with another car. I'm trying to think. There was that moment, wasn't there, with the 401 Aston and the 91 Porsche that was pinged up on a message on the screen.
That was a long time ago. That was like
no, I'm just wondering whether that's maybe the scar from
could be
on the side of the left-hand side of the car.
It could be also, JP, that that is only beginning to show itself now. Maybe there is a little bit of damage on the track rod end or one of the steering arms there. It sometimes takes a much longer time for those things to come through than you expect. Leader still in the fuel at the moment, and as yet has not given up that lead. Tim Muller will come through. He's only 18 laps into his stint, and we saw from Taki before that there is potential for a 42 lap run in those cars, with a bit of purple in the middle of that. Code purple, full course 60.
Ralph Bone, or probably new drive, Daniel Alleman in the fueling area and back out again. So, that was definitely a cross of the blend line. Alleman's run that close in the past, or was it Bone on the previous occasion? Depends how...
Is it 2 wheels over or all 4 over?
All 4.
JP?
It's normally all 4, I think it is.
Depends what race meeting you're following, but I thought it was any wheel across the white line that drew the attention of the stewards. It depends how closely they're policing it, of course, and that will have all been detailed in the driver's briefing. So maybe that's fine. But that line is deliberately there to keep apart cars rejoining and those on the racing line heading at great speed towards turn number 1.
Don't forget you're over the top of a brow there as well, JP, as you're coming out the pits. So, I mean, you'd like to think that people will see you from a long way back, but you crest the brow of the hill. Coming out of Galp 15, you sort of go into a little dip, then rise up over the top, and then you're charging downhill, and it just flattens out right as you're braking and turning in to turn 1. bit like Dubai in that respect.
Yeah.
Although,
Well, I think
in fairness, I think it's a bit more downhill than Dubai.
The reason we got that plateau is because of the pit lane, to ensure the pit lane's on the level, and then, right, let's change the undulation now, change the gradient of the circuit as soon as you can, basically, so it becomes a very much downhill approach. But about sort of 2007, 2008, that rule came in when you were building a brand new Grade 1 circuit, that you had to have a level pit lane, which is the reason why Silverstone at the wing has that completely flat pit lane, which leaves the natural level of the racetrack.
Yeah.
And you can't see one end of it if you're sitting in the hotel opposite. Yes. Mike Nash has just tweeted in at RSL_studio, which is the best way to get us. He says that number 401 Aston needs a Progressive Motorsport drinks kit. Supply it to the very best, and us, he said. Mike, you guys do a great job. And H and Dave, Howden, Haynes and Dave Ward over at Brackley in the UK are Progressive, both former VAG, and I think Dave ran the British touring car Seats for quite a long time for Seats, and then went and did some work for Audi. And Howden, of course, multiple Le Mans winning head team engineer for Audi Sport Team Yost. They're both smashing people. Dave's got a very, very nice white Grand Prix white Carrera S up for sale at the moment. Manual, which I'm very tempted by.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to use. Question mark? Tempted?
What do you think? I do like white Porsches.
Just reel off the spec like that. I thought you've looked at that quite closely, haven't you?
You know, warranty status. Apparently there's a small chip on the left wing.
Well, it was getting... It's not. It's immaculate. It's absolutely immaculate. It was getting a ceramic coat done with Ryan at Huntsmith's in the same little industrial estate at Brackley where my 968 goes. In fact, my 968 spent most of lockdown in there because it was getting its post-winter tidy by Ryan. And James also next door is a little Porsche specialist as well, and he looks after the 68 for me. And... it just was sitting there, and I said, "Oh, that's nice." He said, "Oh, that's Dave's. He's selling it." And can I have a look inside it? Eve decided to leave quickly at that point.
I think she made the right decision. You know, it's not like you're able to resist a Porsche very easily, is it?
Since I had that GT3 touring in Australia, my head has been turned to white Porsches. I would love a GT3 touring, but at 170 grand second hand in the UK, that's a bit beyond my... like a lot beyond. Oh, now we've got a
course vehicle,
a snatch vehicle reversing out of the pit lane. But why is that? Who have we got stopped? I can tell you in just a second. It is the 401. It is the 401 that's gone missing in sector 3.
Has it?
So that's that Aston again.
Interesting.
Rodrigue Gion. So, not sure why what he was having fiddled with in the pit lane would cause him an issue, but it seems like that car has gone missing.
Stop the turn 15, you're quite right, John. We've got Northern Motorsport in the pits, the leader in the Cayman class.
Well, turn 15 is one of those corners you desperately need to be able to turn your head to the right, and we could tell that Rodrigue was having problems with that.
He's
so
gone off at Galp.
Had he even been able to see the corner? I'm sure they'd sorted that issue out before sending him, but quite clearly there's something not quite right with that Aston, and I just wonder whether it has been dropping some fluid or whether it was a result of that contact or moment that car had with the 91 Porsche. Never did get to the bottom of exactly the incident, and it was called as no further action anyway. But you have to think those two cars got together, what, 2 hours in, probably?
Yeah, just about that, yeah.
So maybe it has just ground to a halt, and there is that extra bit of track which forms another bike chicane basically on the inside of Galp. Then he might have been able to retreat to a safe location.
Problems really far in the 91 car.
In a minute.
I tell you what, I'm liking that black and blue 921 colour scheme on the H&R Cayman, and it actually makes it look less like a Cayman. I always think the Cayman, and apologise to Cayman owners, but it's a fantastic sports car, and for the money, you've got to think, why would anybody
back in the
even
pits
think
for the
about
leader?
buying a 911? Oh, the 91's back in.
He's
but
back in again.
Cayman looks looks a bit difficult round the three quarters.
Also, Evo's in as well. I think they're expecting a code 60 that's not happened. I think they're expecting a code 60 because of this car off at 15, the Aston.
But Alleman's only been out for what, 2 laps?
Yeah, and he's gone into the pits, whereas Evo didn't need to come in, and obviously he's decided to take this thinking there's going to be a 60, you get a free fuel stop. But Alleman's in the pits, which is quite serious. In fact, he only had a minute.
In the garage.
Yeah, sorry, he only had a minute 17-second lead over Tim Muller anyway.
We're still full green, by the way, so we haven't gone to a code 60.
So this
Evo got tyres.
It will lose the lead for Evo, so into the lead will go Nat Berton.
Has gone Nat Berton, I think. Let me just check where the 117 is. Yep, it's going up to turn 3 now.
Yeah, Alleman's out of the car. What's the problem? It's going on the jack.
Oh, this is drama. This is drama for the race leader, Johnny Palmer.
Well, this is possibly the natural manifestation of the earlier difficulties for the 91, which they were able to send it very quickly, weren't they? And now it's back in with a related problem. Daniel Alleman quite violent in his explanation there to, I'm going to say, Robert Renauer, but difficult to tell even with a face mask on, particularly now the twins apart. Either Robert or Alfred.
Steering, guys?
Do
we think steering?
He was saying it was good, but he seemed to be animating a very, very large vibration. His lap times weren't awful. He did it. I was watching early. He was actually quicker than Tim Muller the previous lap at a 1:48.
Oh, big problem for the 401. It's got rear suspension damage, crabbing on the end of the tow rope from that Mazda pickup truck that's pulling it down the pit lane. Now, in fact, the right rear is locked.
Massive black line, yeah. So
left rear is locked. So that's interesting. They were looking at the front wheel of that car. Was it the rear wheel or is it the front?
Can't tell from the
There's 2 lines being left by that car.
Well, that's
very strange.
Well, do you know that would suggest to me that the left front steering arm has broken?
Yes.
On that car.
And the 2 rears are just being dragged along, maybe?
Correct.
Yeah.
Do you know, when you were talking about the side-by-side contact early on, and I know you guys give me stick for harking back to this, but we had side-to-side contact in the previous version of that car out on the circuit when I think Andy Palmer was driving it in 2017, that is now, and it took over an hour for that to break, and Paul Hollywood had that exact breakage, and somehow he kept it on the island going through the very fast S's and got the car back, and it took us half an hour to get that fixed, most of which I was sitting in the car for. So I'm just wondering, guys, if that has manifested it later on.
Think about Nürburgring 24 hours last year as well, where Raffaele Marciello had a side-to-side contact in his Mann-Filter Mercedes, and that only bit in the following stint for Maxi Goertz in a completely different part of the circuit, and the steering rod failed, I think, and put him in the barrier, and it was all because of a mistake in the previous stint for the previous driver. So it does take a while for these parts to break.
Good. Seb's going out around the other side now, and this is the side where there is an issue. And they've already, it looks like it's the rear, John, because they've taken the rear off already. They've left the front. So the problem is at the rear, which is a bit weird.
So it was a rear toe link then, is probably what's happened. They were wiggling the front before because that's where they thought the issue was.
Yeah.
But it could have been a bit of rear steering that was getting dialed into that. And it might be one of the rear toe links or the suspension arms there. It was leaving a lot of rubber as if it was being scraped sideways down the road. Both of the...
That looks like the rear end's locked. That is telling me that neither of the rear tyres...
Nick, you're right.
That's
I think you might be right.
And that's what's putting it off, skewing it off into that weird angle.
So has it had some massive gearbox stroke differential failure?
And that's maybe all the oil that covers the car as well, down the sides and on the rear.
I wonder if the diff's gone.
I think it's been losing oil for quite some time, actually.
Do you know, John, are the new Vantage transaxle cars, is the gearbox at the rear?
No,
the old one was. I don't know if the new one is. Because it's different.
Yes,
it's
I think it is.
AMG engine, isn't it? It's not the Aston engine anymore.
Yeah, but and don't forget it's a proper gearbox on this GT4 rather than the sport shift that was on the previous version, which really was just like a road car with a cage in it, a very fast and comfortable road car with a cage in it, which made it interesting. But that's got a proper gearbox and transaxle. I have a feeling, and I may be wrong here, but I think it's got that almost ubiquitous ZF in the road car box on the transaxle. Whether the GT4 for that newer model has the racing version of that, I would suspect it does.
So two big things have happened in the last few minutes outside of the damage we've seen. Tim Muller now leads the race as Danny Allen has been in the pits for 6 minutes. So Muller in the 92 Herberth car. And whilst all this happening, remember this is not under code 60. We're still at full green conditions. And that extra stop from Ivo Broik has dropped him down to third. So leading in TCE is Nat Burton in the Come To You Team Audi Sport. He is about half an hour behind Danny Alleman, so he's half an hour from getting on the overall podium.
Yes, and with a 10-second lead. But the other thing I noticed is that in the penalty column next to Nat Berton's name, he's got a 10-second penalty, which will put the two TCE leaders together, half a second apart. Because I think I'm right in thinking that the column on my timing screen that reads penalty are penalties to be served at the next possible opportunity,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then when they are served, they're white.
It comes up served.
Yeah. So
it comes hang on. So which car were you talking about?
Nat Berton 117. Come To You Team Audi Sport car.
117, exceeding track limit, 6th defence, 10-second, issued but not served.
There we are.
That's there.
So he's got a 10-second lead over.
The 1-2-4's just got one as well.
Accident, but once he served the penalty, we're back to absolutely nothing.
So Herberth working on the rear of the car.
Ah, yes.
Looks like it's a half shaft or a gearbox issue again.
That's
so frustrating.
That's unusual.
And well, yeah, highly unusual. You think about that season where they were just completely bulletproof, this team, with a different car. This is the latest spec of 911 GT3 machine.
Oh, that exhaust is quite an exciting exhaust it's got there, though.
That's very. It's the smallest exhaust on any car, isn't it? Because the engine's so close. It's so expensive, even for the road car. So price per linear, measurement of that is super expensive.
It's obviously also super hot down there. So the guys, there's 3 of them rather than perhaps normal 6 you might see.
No turbos, thank goodness. So, I mean, it's engine heat, yes, but it's not turbocharged engine heat like you would have in, say, the new Aston Martin.
So it's 600 degrees rather than 800 degrees then.
So 4 incompressible jack stands now underneath the car, much higher therefore than the air jacks that are integral to a GT3 car, because you probably only get half that sort of height. But 3 guys all underneath now, working away. The question to be asked, though, do they actually know which bit they should be attacking here?
I get the impression they very much do know what they're going for.
Yeah.
And it's something differential related. It may be the diff, or maybe they'll get the half shafts out. It's unlikely that it was a half shaft failure. If you would have started with that quick 1 minute in, 1 minute out.
Yes.
It might have been a diff issue. I'm not sure whether they have electronic diffs, which are driver-operated adjustable on the GT3s. I mean, John might know more than I do about the GT3 differential regulations, and where they just tried changing a diff setting, thinking it was a bit weird. I'm not sure, but that, to me, is gearbox differential. Hopefully it's diff. It's less of a big job, but it's the compensation for Herberth is whilst the 91 car is not winning, the 92 car certainly is.
I just wonder whether initially things going wrong on the rear presented a steering problem for Alleman.
Yes.
So he, is it a steering problem? Is it front end we need to be focused on? And actually, it's all coming from the rear, and that's kind of what happened with the Aston Martin as well. And it's tough to know. You can describe the behaviour of the car. It's not right. I'm getting this sort of feedback, and I reckon it's on the front left, and you might be completely the wrong end of the car. Well, it's so difficult to know until the thing goes bang finally.
Yeah, I mean, the differentials on racing cars are far more intrinsic to the performance than they are on a road car. It's one of the most effective tuning tools in how you load the differential, how you affect how it bites or in fact releases both into a corner and out of a corner, how you pack them. As it said, the stiffer diff gives you, different characteristics, understeer and oversteer, in and out the corner. And it's a very good way of getting that final bit of fine-tuning or
Nick,
sort of media
ramp
bit tuning.
angles,
Yep.
clutch
Lever plates.
Yeah, oh my
Pound
goodness.
pressures.
It is absolutely extraordinary what you can do, and it can make a huge difference to the stability of the car on braking. As much everybody thinks about it, it's about putting the power down. Hey, if you get your diff settings wrong, the car can be undrivable on braking. Absolutely undrivable on braking.
A lot of it is about it's all about the rotation and the grip, and the rotation coming in and the grip going out, and that's what the key thing is.
9 o'clock at the Algarve International Circuit. That means 9 hours done of the 24 hours of Portimao for 2020. And Herbert Motorsport still occupy the top 2 positions. 5 laps now between the 92 car, which is to a certain degree the surprise leader, but that's because of various problems for the 91, which still sees that car in the pit. So a 5-lap margin is going to be ever increasing. Tim Muller at the wheel of the 92, and I think we've been through, well, Michael Hughes hasn't yet done a stint, but all the other 4 drivers of that 5-driver lineup have had some time behind the wheel, including Marco Seefried, Taki Konstantinou and Jürgen Hering. Then the number 91 car, but for how long? In second position, with frantic work going on underneath on the rear of that car. Daniel Allemann, Ralph Bone, Robert Renauer and Alfred Renauer. Daniel, the Swiss driver, having brought that car in. Tom Cloet of Müllner Motorsport will be the first to benefit. That car's only completed 257 laps, so is about half an hour behind Daniel Allemann's machine. It's going to take a fair time for second place to change, therefore. And the 921 main focus is to stay out in front of the 991 class, which they are doing to a significant degree. Then the TCE field, represented from 4th position when you combine both grids, down to 8th place. And it's the 117 of Nathaniel Berton with a 15-second lead now over Kari-Pekka Laaksonen of Autorama Motorsport. But bear in mind that Nat Berton, the Frenchman, does have a 10-second penalty to serve at the next pit stop for track limits. So the Audi RS3 LMS not quite going to have a 15-second advantage after that stop. 112 driven by Finnish driver Kari-Pekka Laaksonen, running in second ahead of the Cupra of Ivo Breukers and his 2 sons Luke and Rick. They have led the class more often than not and find themselves in 3rd position and 24 seconds adrift of the class leader. Jerome Oge is 4th in TCE for, again, Autorama Motorsport, and the AC Motorsport squad of Belgium with another Audi, car 188, is in 8th place. Müllner Motorsport's Porsche 718 came in 9th, so back to the GT Series cars now. Although, having said that, the next car's a TCE entrant of Code Racing Development, the Volkswagen Golf of Thierry Boyer. 401 is Rodrigue Guillon of Pro Sport Racing, but that Aston Martin is in the pits, probably for a lengthy period to sort out, well, 2 locked rear wheels, so a differential problem or gearbox related. We'll wait and see. Dominic Bastiat is running again for Speed Lover in another Porsche Cup car, 2nd in class. Mariano Pires in the Velosa Motorsport Porsche Cayman is in 13th place, car 408, and the final 2 cars still in the pits. Joachim Penteado for Palcarga Racing Team, and the one retirement we know for sure is HTP Windward Motorsport with their Mercedes out after a crash for Bryce Ward. Almost fully dark now at the Algarve International Circuit. It is time to say thank you so much to Nick Damon for your efforts yesterday and predominantly today, but you're off.
I'm off, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for the resume. I shall leave you in the more than capable hands of the major commentary talent of RSL in Johnny and John. So catch what I will be listening to you all the way home.
Good stuff.
Nick, just to let you know, your yellow wheels, and I'm indebted to Fabian Zimmerman, who's on the Radio Show Limited Listeners Collective, quite busy on there this evening and on Twitter at RSL_studio. The former ADAC GT Masters and VLN N24 team, Iron Force Racing, went bankrupt earlier this year. They always ran yellow wheels, so maybe Herbert got themselves a bit of a bargain.
Different team, same bargain. See you tomorrow, guys.
See you, mate.
No, I do remember that. I do remember that Iron Force Porsche.
Yes.
Great. Oh dear, they've gone bankrupt. Right, so we're not going to see that again in a hurry. That's a real shame. But the Pregat Hobart squad have gained some very snazzy wheels to run at night. for, and that benefits us commentators anyway, purely from an identity point of view, to say that's a Porsche.
Is that I thought he was driving without any gloves there from him. He's got all sorts of warnings on the dashboard of the Veloso Motorsport. So back out on the pits for Mariano Pires in the 408. He's got tyre pressure warning. He had bulbs out warning on the dashboard of that Cayman. The 408, I think we decided the 408 was the 981, didn't we? Sunset about getting on for 10 minutes ago officially at Portimao. Although there'll still be a bit of light in the sky, I would think, for about half an hour or so, maybe 20 minutes yet, you think, JP?
Yeah, about that. I think it's just that residual light, isn't it? Even though the sun's probably disappeared behind the horizon now, you do get a little bit of twilight afterwards, and some ambient, some artificial light, rather, I should say, from the paddock.
Yes, I've just seen that.
Yeah, streaming out to the back straight.
I didn't know that they had the additional light towers at Portimao. Whether, as you say, whether that was just at the back of the paddock, I didn't realise that there was anything necessarily on the track. One of the I was talking to somebody earlier on today, actually, in the break, whilst we had the onboards and the live timing, which we will go back to at 11 o'clock local, which is also 11 o'clock UK, before we come back in the morning for the last 3 hours or so of the race. And I was saying, you know, darkness, well, at least there's not that many cars around in the dark, so, you know, you'll be able to just get out there and get into a groove. And one of the drivers I was talking to, I won't say who, was saying, actually, I like more cars because it gives you something to follow. It reminds you where you are on the track. So it was very interesting. Very interesting. I thought, you know, being out there on your own. Meantime, the hot favourite after the demise of the 84 HTP Winward GT, AMG GT3, is having major work on the engine and gearbox end of that Porsche GT3.
Yeah, this is not quick work, is it? And a spare gearbox sitting by, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say they've got a gearbox there, and they've got the jack. They've got the hydraulic trolley jack behind the car with a flat block on it. That was for me the big giveaway that the gearbox was coming out. That's what they'll lower that down onto, and that's what they'll offer up, the new gearbox. This GT3 version still with the gearbox behind the engine. In front of the engine. So the engine is the thing that's right at the back of the car. So they're working there. In the RSR, the GTE version of that car, because engine position is free in GTE regulations, you could run a 911 with a front engine car, but as Pascal Zerlinden once told me, why would we do that? They swapped the gearbox and engine around. Interestingly, not for weight distribution reasons. It changed it only by about 2%, the weight distribution, but so they could put a honking great diffuser under the back of the car and take advantage of the what were then relatively new aero regs in GTE, which they couldn't do when they had a flat 6-boxer engine back there, and they were losing out massively. So that is a whole new gearbox, JP, ready to go in. I hesitate to even consider how much that is from Porsche Motorsport. That has actually made me just slightly flinch, to be honest. Yeah,
understandably so, but I think we're chasing a problem just so much quicker. Not cheaper, but quicker in terms, you know, the time that you're going to lose just to replace the whole thing, and hope that that the problem is well in the past. But I mean, you know, has that been a result of something else wrong with the car, or is it all within the gearbox? Is the next question. But the only way you can find out is change it and then get it back out in the race, and keep your fingers firmly crossed that solved the issue. But they have tried the quick fix. You know, there was that pit stop that took, 30 seconds with the car in the garage, and then sent it out, and it lasted another, the rest of that stint. And then Daniel Alleman hit major problems. Sort of describing to one of the Renaults, I was still trying to work out exactly whether it was Alfred or Robert, that there was some sort of vibration or, I don't know, ill steering of that car. And whether it all came from the gearbox, tough to know. But you've got the driver's perspective, you've got a little bit of data coming back as well to the team via the telemetry. And beyond that, it's a bit of guesswork. But thankfully, Porsche and Herbert have brought spares. And that's, again, you know, how readily available are they during lockdown in terms of the supply from Porsche.
It's a very good point that you make there, JP.
I mean, much has been made of the just-in-time, you know, nature of just general road-going, streetcar building, and how important that is. You know, how's that affected customer racing within the GT3 world and further?
Kevin Swindley joins us. Has tweeted at RSL Studio. Great to hear the RSL team and watch them live motorsport. Hopefully, I'll be at Portimao for the big classic meeting in October, and the other 24-hour race there if they both happen. That classic meeting, I think you might find that might have to move, Kevin, if the rumour that we're hearing from Portugal and the Algarve authorities is anything to be believed. Double header, back-to-back Formula One races at the end of October or the beginning of November. Nick seems to think that it'll actually be 2 races, first and second week in November. He's been looking at the dates, and you know how well connected Nick is as our F1 correspondent from Midweek Motorsport. But might be worth keeping an eye on that, although there will be closed door events, of course, at that stage of the season. Can't imagine that there'll be an open event here at the Algarve. Starting to get noticeably darker, JP, particularly in the shadow of the main grandstand, and with no spectators here, no need to put the main grandstand lighting on, which would give a little bit of illumination on the front straight. And to be fair, our cameras, the digital cameras, tend to make it look a bit brighter than it is as well, but you can clearly see the headlights, although not the additional lights that most... we have got a few lights on in the grandstand, but I don't think that's going to illuminate the front straight. No. But nobody's put their additional LED lights on yet, have they?
They're doing a great job of throwing a bit of light on the roof of the grandstand, so the stand itself looks very spectacular, but as you say, very little of that's bouncing down onto the circuit. There'll be a bit from the pit lane, because there'll be obviously some lights that the teams have installed to make sure that their pit work is suitably illuminated. And then there are some relatively high lights as well, mainly in the paddock actually, on great long stands, which do illuminate, for instance, turn 6 at Torre Vip, which the rotunda overlooks. But then it's after that point where the sun is very, very low in the sky now, up through 7, 8, 9 and 10, which, although not completely dark just yet, will be in another hour's time. And as you quite rightly point out, the cameras do a great job in picking out details that the naked eye just can't. So this is slightly misrepresentative. You know, perfectly clear road in front for the driver, but bear in mind that they are wearing a helmet, possibly with, you know, visor obscuring some of that. Also then a tinted windscreen, quite possibly. So it's pretty tricky to see the road in front of you. And I can see the advantage of then following another car. Something that's, you know, you may struggle for when we are down to, well, 13 runners. And actually could be fewer than that, with 1 or 2 in the pits in various states of undress right now, including the number 91 Herbert Porsche.
The jack has gone under the back of the car with the wooden block to offer up the... Now, are they still trying to get the old one out? I think they're still trying to get the old one out. Or is that the replacement unit that's gone in? Hard to tell at what stage they are, but that trolley jack, the hydraulic trolley jack that I was describing earlier on, put under there so that the weight of the gearbox doesn't drop down onto the mechanics. Oh, how many times I've done that with cars down through the years when I didn't have the money to do anything but service them myself. I had of 1.3 Hillman of 1977 Hillman Avenger, that I could take the gearbox in and out on my own. Of course, it was at the other end of the car. You had to take the prop shaft out, take that off the back of the car, unbolt that, then undo the bell housing bolt, and there was one that was an absolute pain to get to, that you had to have triple jointed fingers to get the ratchet onto it and then get it out. In fact, actually, I think if I remember rightly, there was one you couldn't actually get the ratchet onto. You had to do it with an open-ended spanner. It was the only way you could get it in because it was so tight to the bulkhead. At least with the Porsche, the gearbox there is under the back of the car, and they, of course, have got it up on axle stands with people helping while I was doing it on a pair. Do you remember ramps, Johnny? The metal ramps that you used to drive your car up to?
Yeah, yeah.
My mum and dad's drive
had a slight slope in it, didn't it? Did you say?
It did.
Yeah.
And I used to drop the car back down onto the ramps so that the whole rear end of the car was up, so I could shuffle myself underneath it to get the gearbox out.
One of the many advantages of a sloping driveway.
Absolutely agree, mate.
Use a couple of bricks or, as you say, ramps, even better, and you get that extra bit of height. But yeah, I can imagine that final nut to get at when you didn't quite have the tolerance or the space to get in there. On a flat concrete pit garage floor, slightly easier, but even three guys working hard on the 91 is taking its time. I still think that's the new gearbox sitting next to the car.
Yeah, I think you're right, JP.
Yeah. By the way, thank you to Jamie Peters-Ennis, who's buzzed me quickly to say, thought he saw a warning light on the dash of the 90. Now, he said 92, probably means 91, actually, regarding the latest problem. So maybe there was an alert quite recently for that car.
There was definitely a number of warnings on one of the Caymans. I think it was the Veloso 408 car was cycling through a whole load of warnings that I think was basically saying your warnings aren't working, because everything was going wrong on that car at that time. But that I didn't see, I have to be honest. But you do have additional on the GT3 cars. You do have additional sensors on that car. Might have been a gearbox temperature warning or something like that, as Jerome Ogier comes in from 4th for Autorama in the last year's overall championship winning team. The number 1 car. I do like that Golf TCR. It's such a shame that VW have stepped aside a little bit from TCR racing and concentrated on other forms of the sport, because I think that version of the car, now I accept that there's a new Golf Mark 8 coming out shortly, so it wouldn't actually be that shape, but I do think that car really looks good as a TCR.
No, it does. Yeah, very much so. And you know, similar cars as the Polo, I remember in World Rally trim as well. There's something about Volkswagens when they've got all the extra grills and, you know, vanes to them that they just look proper. Like they mean,
I love the
business.
boxy arches.
Yeah,
I think the boxy arches look great. It looks fantastic as a wide body car.
Yes.
I'd love that. I mean, my days of brake change on that
interesting.
car.
Right, so we're barely over
early, isn't it?
a third of the way through here, so they're going to have to do 2 of those at the rate that they're going through the brakes. This place,
unless they started off with it, you wouldn't have thought so, would you? Got a lot of fast corners. There's the hairpin going down the hill, and then the hairpin, which is turn 5, and then there's turn 13. Wouldn't think there was too many big. I wonder if they didn't start with a new set. That would be the only thing. I know my boy racer days are long, long gone, but a box-arched Polo WRC clone or a Golf TCR clone, but in a... Oh, hello. Mulder Motorsport going a bit wide there for Tom Cluett. Nowhere near the apex of that hairpin we were talking about. Tom, apex Tom, just to introduce you there. But in a sort of... You know, a quiet colour like a dark grey or maybe a dark red, not something really leery. I think that would look fabulous on the road. It really would.
Yeah. That's a real shame if we're not going to see Golfs in the near future in TCE. Well, I mean,
they've said they're going to continue to support through the motorsport department. They'll support current customers, and of course all those cars, JP, from VAG. So the Golf, the Cupra, and the Audi are all actually built in the first instance by Cupra Sport, which is it Jamie Puig who still runs that? I think it is, but it's Cupra Sport who do all of those, because it's all the same base chassis, floor pan, as the road cars are. Geordie Chenier, thank you. I had the wrong ex-racing driver. Yes, you're right. It is Geordie Chenier. So they'll still be able to support them, because quite a lot of the parts, of course, are common to both. Not the body parts, but certainly the running gear. Yeah. Looks like the new gearbox is in, JP, because the old gearbox has been put to the front of the car, and it doesn't need to go in there unless they're running a very trick four-wheel drive system that I'm sure would be illegal.
Yes, just trying to work out whether there's plenty of wear and tear on that, but as you say, no other reason to remove it other than the new one going in. So that looks to be a relatively quick process. The real difficulty was getting it out initially. Nat Berton in from the lead of the TCE race.
Service penalty.
Yeah, this is the 10 seconds that I'd spotted in that final column on the timing screen. So he comes in with a 10-second lead. No, it was more than that in the end. 15-second lead back to Ivo Breukers in the Red Camel Cupra. But that will mean that that advantage is near enough wiped out. It'll go back to 5, possibly 4 seconds. Quickly on the move, though, and comes in at a fair rate of knots, slams on the anchors, and I think it's Tom Coronel who is preparing himself to take charge of that car again.
Just a bit of an update on another TCR car that had problems early on, AC Motorsports. Christoph Harman behind the wheel of that car. They lost some laps early on. Stefan Perrin was tweeting earlier on that they had a difficult debut du course, a difficult start to the race with a un problème de paddle shift. I think you can probably work that one out. And then they were losing they were losing petrol, which meant they lost fuel pressure, and finally they had to put in some new brakes throughout the stint, but they're coming back, they said, on Réveillon. P5 at the moment for those guys.
Good. Well, as long as they are still gearing themselves for the overnight stint, and then when daybreak occurs you feel like you're almost there, but they'll not let the race beat them quite yet, despite all that hard work having to be put in. 282 laps now delivered by the race leader, and Tim Muller crosses the line now after a lap time which is quite a way off the best of that car, 152.2. We're over an hour into the stint for Tim Muller, and he leads.
Red Camel coming out of the sorry, Johnny. Red Camel coming out the final corner will retake the lead in TCE and TCR as they cross the line this time. Yes. By my reckoning, as the 117 is still in fuel. Ivo, of course, has been in that car now for, let me just update and scroll across.
I've got him in for almost an hour and 5, but that might be his last stint and this one bolted together, because the way my timing screen works is that he...
Correct. Yes, he did 16 laps, then came in when I think they thought there might have been a full course purple,
like a preemptive
code 60
stop,
for the 401, and he's been out 16 laps. But he did certainly take tyres at that point. He took new front tyres when he went back out. He's gone through, by the way. And Josh Barrett listening to us talking about TCE as the 112 comes in. That's Kari-Pekka Laaksonen in the other Autorama Golf. He says, do you think that any of the customer racing efforts from any of the brand who've pulled out of manufacturer racing would build new cars in their aim to continue to support customers? I think it depends, Josh, and that was Josh Barrett who was asking that. I think it very much depends. We had on Wednesday, I don't know if you heard it, the big interview on Wednesday's Midweek Motorsport was the man at the head of Porsche GT Racing, who is a very lovely fella called Pascal Zerlinden. And he is AC Motorsport into the pitch. We talked about that a moment or two ago. And he was saying, although they're going to take their works team out of GT-LM in the States, they're very much keeping support of their many many customer racing cars out in the US at the moment, whether that's GT3, GT4, or even the new Club Sport Cayman, which they're going to have an East and West Coast series of, starting a Club Sport series in the UK as well. I know you've been watching some of the guys who have signed up for that, and there's some decent names in that as well. I think it potentially for somebody like Volkswagen, if they're winding up their customer racing department and not going racing anymore in that type of racing, the only thing that will save them and have new Golfs built is the fact that they are on the same platform as the Cupra and the Audi, which is still being supported. And I presume that Jordi Janet's Cupra Sport will continue to supply parts, so I'm guessing you could have one built up. That is pure speculation on my part, but it's an interesting question at RSL_studio.
Maybe you could buy
as well, Johnny.
Maybe you could buy a conversion kit, you know, and the Golf shell is just delivered in a big van, and you just switch the two bodies over. But I'm sure it's slightly more complicated than that. But you have to think, you know, if the chassis is still being produced and the engine as well, then maybe there is a way around it. But it will be a shame.
Well, they'll still be producing all the component parts for the running gear, because they'll need those to support the current cars, and you know that includes bodywork bits. And I presume, you know, if you've got one and you do really badly, you might need to buy a new shell, mightn't you? So it might be not necessarily a question of being able to order a fully built new car, but the component parts might still be available. That's in the case of the Golf. Other people who are withdrawing, you know, Bentley, we had Paul Williams on Wednesday, head of Bentley Motorsport. Well, they're pulling out of Works Racing as well, but they're absolutely still supporting their customers. That is why they're pulling out of the Works Racing, so that they can concentrate on their customers, of which they have more than ever for the GT3 Continental. A relatively new evolution of that car as well, of course.
Yes, indeed so, which has taken the look of that car on an awfully long way to make it slightly less stately and much more menacing. So up to the top of the circuit now goes Tim Muller, who leads the race for Herbert Motorsport by, well over 10 laps now, and has half an hour as an advantage over Tom Cloet, who has moved into second position ahead of Daniel Alleman. So still 3 Porsches occupying the top 3 places, but it's now a GT3 from a 991 class car, and the other GT3 started by Herbert Motorsport in for this prolonged period in the garage. Nearly 40 minutes that car's been there now, having a gearbox change and possibly other things.
I'd say Tim Muller's due in. In fact, he is coming in. He's done 41 laps, so this will be his 42nd, and that's exactly the same stint length as we saw Taki do before Tim took it over. So a solid 42-lap stint for the 92 car, which has seen it take the lead, and due to the problems with the sister car, take the lead and establish itself in a pretty impressive one at the moment, and a 991 Cup class car sitting in second, JP.
Yeah, no, that's so impressive from Mulner Motorsport. They benefited from obviously the drama for HTP and the Winward Mercedes in the early stages, and now of course the number 91 Porsche. But what they've got to do is keep ticking off the laps. They've done 271, which shouldn't be overlooked, and that crew will be eager, of course, to win their class, but there were only 2 cars that entered the 991 division. Eric Muez and the Speed Lover Porsche not in immediate danger of, you know, usurping them from the lead of the class, because they've only just ticked over 200 laps, so 70 laps in the back pocket for Mulner Motorsport, and they're far more focused here on trying to get an overall top 3 finish, which looks distinctly possible, considering the various issues that some of the other major cars have had so far.
That was a hell of a quick tyre stop, considering there's only 2 guys over the line for Herbert. Very impressive indeed. I hesitate to mention this with exactly 14 and a half hours still to go, but around about 438 laps to go. The computer's predicting 724 laps at the moment. Yeah. Now, obviously, that could change significantly if we get any full course purple, or code 60, as it's properly called. But somewhere over 700 laps, that's a pretty decent effort for everybody concerned at the sharp end of the field.
Absolutely. 324 would actually be 3 more than we managed last year when the Scuderia Praha Ferrari took another victory, having done so in 2017 and 18, managed to do it in 19 as well. Praha not here this weekend, obviously having
So what did they do, JP, sorry?
721 in 2019.
Right, well, we're 2 laps ahead of that. 7-2. It's actually just dropped to 7:23, even as I look at it. But
okay.
that is real time, depending on the pace of the leader. Yep. And of course, the 92 car at the moment is sitting in fuel, so it's not actually clocking up the laps. That's really interesting. So that just goes to show that we might not have the biggest field here, but what we've still got is quality running at the sharp end for those who, at the moment, and I find something vaguely wooden to knock on, that, you know, they've done a good job. And even as it stands at the moment, Mulner Motorsport keep going at this pace, only 6 or 7 laps behind at this point. They could well be over 700 laps for a 991 Cup car. That would be impressive.
And the other thing we need to think about is the number of cars that were in last year's race. It was considerably more than 15, so I would imagine we had a number more code 60s, although the fairly open nature of this track means that 1 or 2 cars might have been able to be recovered without the need for a caution. 5 retirements last year of the 28 starters, some of those coming fairly early on. In fact, yeah, 4 of the 5 coming in the first, 3 of the 5 coming in the first half of the race. So we will have had more code 60s and therefore less of an opportunity to increase the mileage. I mean, it's a long way to go, clearly, yet, and just over 8 hours in, I think it was about 8 hours and 15 minutes, we completed 250 laps. So that's what gave me the kind of ballpark figure of 750, knock off a few.
Yeah,
so, yeah, 725, 730. It looks achievable right now.
Yeah, yeah.
It really depends.
Got to have a clean run, though. Yeah, as you said.
And it depends on how we get on during the night too.
Great shots. If you're not watching, if you're listening on RS3 at the moment, and you've got the bandwidth and the availability, make sure you click on to the video at radio-show.co.uk. We've got live timing on the event page as well, and you can see the kind of stats that we're talking about at the moment on there. We're making that available to you. Stephen Derrick at the moment is enjoying it, as we are, with these long shots where the car's headlights are lighting up. And the additional lights are very much being used now, the LED lights, lighting up the rise and fall of this circuit. It's absolutely fantastic. He asks, what about the Aston? The Gion Verdon car, what was the problem? We think it was some kind of rear axle problem, because it looked like either something broke at the back and it was steering from the back, or the whole back had locked up. Although in fairness, if that was the case, the Hankook tyres, JP, had done a sterling job of not being punctured, being dragged back by the Mazda pickup.
Yes, yeah, but 2 very wide black tram lines left by that car as it was pulled, dragged down the pit lane, and it got to such an angle. It was almost 45 degrees to the towing vehicle, and then we kind of thought, oh, well, maybe that's because both rears are completely locked and it's just going at the, you know, for the angle of least resistance. But we were in a position where the back was almost overtaking the front, and yeah, quite obviously not just one wheel was the problem there. And now they're chasing something gearbox or drivetrain related, you have to think. And it has been spraying itself with quite a bit of oil throughout the race. So maybe that was the problem, you know, first of all becoming an issue, and then they just kept running it, and finally, whatever the problem was, finally broke. Not sure whether we're going to see that Aston again, but I will pay close attention to Pro Sports social media to see whether there are any updates. Pro Sport Racing, Rodri Guillon the last to drive it, and one of only a couple of entries in GT4, so a real shame to have lost that car. But the other machine in GT4, the Mercedes, not in glittering form either, because the 412 is currently in the garage of Parkalga Racing Team. Been there for 4.5 hours.
Ian McCarthy, hello Ian, who has the Code 60 flag as his avatar on Twitter. He's tweeted in at RSL Studio, RSL_Studio. He says, I forgot who proposed the Herbeth Iron Force wheel bargain hunt, but surely spot on there, because the number 92 is now on the purple rims, which Iron Force also ran last year. It was Fabian Zimmerman on the Facebook Radio Show Limited Listeners Collective. And I hadn't noticed that, Ian, so good spot. But yes, you're absolutely right. And JP, you'll remember that as well. Iron Force with the bright yellow and the sort of the purplish wheel rim colours throughout the ADAC GT Nürburgring 24 and the VLN last season.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Iron Force have done at least one Creventic race as well.
I was trying to think that.
Yeah, I'm racking my brains to exactly remember whether that's actually fact or not. Might have done a Dubai, possibly.
Oh, good call.
Yeah.
David Walton says, having been involved with a small endurance team in Britcar in the UK, he says, I can't praise highly how much hard work the pit crews are doing with so few of them. Remember, it's been cut down because of the COVID regulations to only 4 people in the pit lane, in the pit crew, working on the car in the pits. Only 2 across the line in the lane, plus the lollipop man when they come in to change tyres and drivers. So they've lost their driver assistant. And what you can see there is even one of the drivers on the number 91 Herbeth Porsche handing tools to the guys and trying to help out. And that'll be being watched to make sure that nobody is... they're not breaking any rules, and they are working very hard indeed trying to get that gearbox replaced on the 91. Not sure what the problem was with the gearbox, but it's out of the car. It's sitting rather forlornly towards the front end of that 911, which is not where it needs to be. Meantime, into the pit lane came the Code Racing Development number 124 Volkswagen Golf with the green livery. That's sitting lights off on the pit lane. It's quite dark on the pit lane apron as well, JP.
Yes.
Yeah.
Particularly that far end, which is where the 124 crew are based. And yeah, getting some light on the car from the right-hand side, but the area that they're operating in now, trying to get the rear left wheel on, there is 0 light there. And yeah, down to some of the team personnel actually carrying torches, handheld torches, to be able to see the locating lugs to put that wheel on correctly. The other great thing we have at this time of night is the glowing discs of the TCE cars and the GT3s as well, but a couple of TCEs now just heading through turns 1 and 3 at the start of the lap, and those front discs glowing red hot. The 101 at the top of the hill now, heading through Portimao corner itself, and that car still showing the number 3 through the rear passenger window, which is the positional light. Actually leading its class, the Red Camel Jordan Stott NL Cupra, but third when you combine both grids, behind 2 Porsches. One's a GT3, as we would have expected. The other, though, is the 991 spec Cup car. Bit of a surprise for Mulder Motorsport to be there, but they are thoroughly enjoying their time in the top 2 overall. Come to you, Audi in 4th place, so that's 2nd in TCE, and to complete the top 3 there is the first of the Altorama Motorsport Golfs, car 112, running in 5th place, having completed 267 laps.
The Rodrigue Guillon Aston Martin, the Pro Sport car, the 401, the tangerine and white car, came into the pits at 10 minutes before 9, so they've already been in there 50 minutes now. They had some issues because that car went out and came back in, then it was sent out again, and then it ground to a halt at the final corner, wasn't it? And we thought we might have to have a code 60, but the Mazda snatch pickup went out there. All kinds of warnings on the right-hand side of the very, very stock-looking dashboard of the Cayman Club Sport. That's the 408 car, which is the 981. And so tyre pressure warning, bulb out. Tyre pressure warning and a bulb out is what's out at the moment. They do have a digital centre dash area to help them out, but the rest of that is fairly stock dash from the 981. That looks exactly like the Responsible Adults Boxster, although she has a gear lever in the middle rather than paddle shift.
Each to their own.
And 3 pedals. Well, and
Yes.
3 pedals.
Yeah.
As it should be.
Indeed.
I drove an automatic car for the first time the other day. I was delivering some Land Rovers to volunteers. Thanks to Mission Motorsport for giving me a call and let me get involved in that. Never been so proud to wear their black t-shirt. They've been doing great work, doing all kinds of logistics and helping out other charities in lockdown. And drove a Land Rover Discovery Sport. It's the first time I've driven an automatic for ages, which is unusual because normally when I'm travelling and I'm out the country, the manufacturer cars nowadays either all have paddle shift or are automatics, and a lot of hire cars, of course, are automatics as well. And I had to remind myself how to drive an automatic, and I always do left foot brake with automatics, but even so I kept wanting to go for a gear stick. It's really took me about 15 minutes. We had to do some very close driving for some videos as well before I got out onto the road, and it was actually quite interesting. 978's been off, JP.
It has, yeah.
Think?
I just spotted that little clump of turf, which is brought back in the nose, front right corner. So, yeah, agree with that. 978 running, well, in 12th position. Eric Muez just bringing that speed level Porsche in. But, yeah, some telltale signs of exploring a bit too much of the scenery in the darkness. If nobody saw it, it didn't really happen.
It didn't happen. I tell you what, you've got to go off a canny way here to find grass.
Yeah, there's a lot of gravel traps around here, but the grass is much, much further afield. So pleased he didn't hit anything more solid than that.
Well, true.
Just brought back a little bit of a few blades in the air intake. But it's not only in the front right corner, but also in the main nose section as well, right in the middle of the car. And yeah,
all
the team
kinds
would be
of
wise
radiators.
The team would be wise to clear all that out as quickly as they can.
Yeah,
They don't want to run the next stint
exactly.
with that. Yeah.
All kind of radiators behind those gaping holes in the front of the Porsche 911 Cup cars, and indeed the Cayman as well. In the road cars, the air conditioning condenser radiators are behind those outer areas. They tend to be additional cooling radiators or oil radiators in there. The centre mouth, if you will, is the one for the water radiator. Not an issue with my 993, which is oil cooled only, of course, air and oil cooled. Quite a lot of people who do track days will put grills in there to just protect them a little bit. They are very, very vulnerable, even on a road car, to the point where the radiators behind there on the Porsche extended warranty don't get covered. They won't cover them for any stone damage because they know that they are exposed. Surprises me that they don't protect them a little more on their straight cars. And it's a matter of much consternation on various Porsche fora and chat boards around the world.
Yeah.
And it's right through the range as well. It right down from the 911 all the way down to the Boxster and the Cayman.
Aesthetics possibly being favoured over...
well, it's true enough.
Yeah.
They were moved on the GT or the RSRs, which are the GTE and the GT Le Mans cars. They were taken away from there, not necessarily just for stone damage, but also in the rough and tumble of GT racing, and particularly in Porsche Cup racing. it's so easy to just tag somebody, run into the back of somebody, and you normally come off the worst, JP, and you see essential fluids leaking out of the corners. The worst thing is, even if you do get it back to the pitch, it's probably going straight onto your front tyres and you fall off at the next corner because you understeer off uncontrollably on your own fluids, as it were. But the RSRs, they moved them into the middle of the car, and that's why they've got that big depression on the bonnet, if you will, because all of the radiators have been moved up and back in the car to take them out of harm's way.
Yeah, you move one thing in the car and the car's design, and then various other things have to change to react to that,
exactly,
I suppose.
right.
Yeah, so it's not just a quick flicker of the pen on the draftsman's board. You've got to think about how that ripples through the rest of the car.
Alan Prosser has noticed on the shot of that dashboard we were seeing from the number 408, the Veloso Motorsport Cayman, it's only got 13,750 kilometres on the clock. Which we're looking at again now. I think I've got to be honest, I think I would want to be dimming those dash lights a little bit. Typically Porsche, white on black, and that's a bit bright. That would be hurting my night vision if I was in that car. I think I'd be wanting to turn the rear start down a little bit.
Yeah, I echo that. Again, it might be the camera just picking it out more than the naked eye, but even so, because it's pretty dark out there, you know, you're going to be blinded by the dash and may lose your bearings quite easily. Now, this car is about to catch up with another. It's the 408 Veloso Motorsport at Mercedes. So this is the Porsche Cayman, yes, the older of the two Caymans.
Correct.
And just trying to work out which car he's either catching or has just let by for a bit of lappery.
He's catching the 117, which is the second place Tom Coronel driven Audi RS3. He'll not get anywhere near that car in the twisty bits, but he should have a bit extra speed down the long front straight, which is where he is now.
Yes. Yeah, because the TCEs, as Nick and I were remarking earlier on in the broadcast, very, very good through the twisty section of the sort of middle sector of this lap around the Algarve International Circuit, and indeed the...
Just on the rev limiter there.
Yeah, just before turning. Notice that. Yeah. So turns one...
He's doing... sorry, Johnny, he's doing remarkably similar lap times to Coronel. 58.2 Coronel, 58.4 for Mariano Perez in the Veloso Motorsport Cayman.
Yeah, and those two rear lights, the red lights from the Audi, do veer into sight briefly. They're going to do so even more now, though, into the hairpin. So we'll get a little bit closer to the Audi, but now we're into the territory where the Audi really excels, and they're about the same sort of distance away, actually. So it's almost hypnotic to see those lights in the far distance, not really getting any closer, but nor are they getting further away. A good reference point, though, to remind yourself where the track goes next. Work continuing on the 91 Porsche. The rear bumpers being readied to be clipped back on, I think.
That's quality, isn't it? So when did that car come in? That's the 91 Herbert car we're talking about. Came into the pit lane at just before 10 to 9. So that's under an hour. That is under an hour that car has been in the pit lane as it stands now, and the rear valance and bumper is going on. It's only held on by, I think, 3 fixings. All of these cars have been optimised for servicing, of course. Even the Cup cars, which are a sprint configuration, of course, the Cup cars, but they're still Porsche engineering, Porsche Motorsport engineering at Weissach breathe their magic to them, and they have dropped down to 7th position and have lost, well, it's going to be 30 laps, isn't it, on the leader by the time they get back out there, JP?
Yeah, because the lead wasn't a great deal anyway to what was then the 92 car in 2nd position. And we had the initial stop, didn't we, which was about a 90-second swing in the favour of the 92 car. So I remember the 91 had a minute's lead over 92. Then it swung to basically half a minute the other way. And now the best part of an hour rather, and 30 laps, as you say. So Yeah, the 91 car in another 5 seconds will have been in the pit lane for an hour. And it looked like that was Daniel Alleman still, well, having put the helmet back on again, eager to get back on board. Now, I suppose Daniel, having experienced the issue on the in-laps, they want to get... Oh, no, that's not Daniel, because Daniel's in his civvies, so apologies, I've misidentified the driver there. Might have been Ralph.
Oh, it was... No, I think it was one of the... oh, he's not in anyway at the moment.
No. You reckon it's one of the twins?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, quite possibly. Well, one of them's under the car with the white trainers on, so it's the other one. But beyond that...
Set of yellow wheels going on.
Yes.
New set of tyres. Let's have a look, see if we can see who that is in the race suit getting ready to go in.
Well, Paul Truswell always says look at the body language, because Alfred Renauer's generally the far more chilled of the two, and Robert Renauer taking obviously an active part in the repair work. So I wonder whether it was Robert underneath the car and Alfred wanting to take over, as he now walks to the rear of the car. The helmet's on, the hands device in position, and now the team are going to get the car back out onto the apron with one of the crew members at the wheel, making sure that it fires into life. But Daniel Alleman, I wonder whether they'd put Daniel back in the car purely because he'd had experience of what was the problem initially, and then he could give some good feedback to the team.
Is there a driver in there? Is there?
There's a member of the crew in there, but it's not one of the drivers.
Right, well, that's not Alleman who's standing there, because that's not Alleman's helmet.
No. Daniel is standing in his kind of blue T-shirt with the face mask on.
Right.
About to take a photograph, I think, for social media of the car backing out of the garage. But what's the dash
clutch
saying? Yeah,
they're
clutch
checking the clutch
diagnosis
settings.
page, I noticed there.
Yeah, they're checking the clutch settings on that. So, well, now there's Daniel Alleman standing
Indeed.
outside with the mask not quite over his nose. Come on, Daniel. You know you need to put that on your nose. So, was it a gearbox or was it a clutch problem? I didn't see them change the clutch. Oh, the engine's cover's coming off again. Maybe that's just because they're firing it up. They don't want it to overheat in the garage.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's more precaution than anything else.
Yeah, that's the equivalent of sitting in traffic on a hot day and doing the thing that I normally hate doing, which is flicking the rear spoiler up. I never normally do that. I let that happen only at the speed that it's meant to. But when you're sitting in traffic on a very warm day, it's always nice to just think I better get a bit more air around the back of the engine, particularly when it's just on the oil-cooled car. No, this is not quite as finished as we thought it was, JP, is it? This is frustrating because they're close here. They're really close. I love the way look at all the tools that's just been cast to one side. You wouldn't get away with that in McLaren. One tool at a time at McLaren, mate. You're working in the factory.
Yeah, back in the drawer before you take the next one out.
Yes, absolutely. I've seen that happen.
Yeah.
Seen it happen.
Well, they'll sort all that out once the car's back in the race. That's definitely the priority right now. And the crew member's going to climb back out again. Now, is that because it's good news and the car's fired back into life? I think said driver was being beckoned into the cockpit. He is. I still think that's... I think you're right that it's one of the Renauers. And I'm going to go with Alfred, but we'll wait and see. I should learn their different helmet colours one of these days. Engine cover going back on. That slots neatly into place. And then the car, fingers crossed, will be lowered to the ground. The wheel nuts will be torqued up as well. And now Daniel Alleman, standing on the outside of the garage, will finally get his snap of the car returning to the race. Final check, as I say, of the wheel nuts on all four corners. And then the 91 will rejoin. Quite how long for? Big question mark. Because this is now the proof in the pudding of an hour's work. Have they solved it? Also got some very nice sort of purplish lenses on the headlights of that car as well. Again, echoing a little bit of Iron Force. So bright yellow wheels for this particular stint. And the car surely to the fueling area first of all. And it's at that point...
Hadn't been out very long, but I think they might as well top it up.
Well, the ref appears. Yeah, but sometimes it appears just for a few seconds. It's appeared for long enough now to go into the quadrant, isn't it?
Jerry Sisk was asking what was the Bugatti on the back of the RSR. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, those of you out there, I believe Bugatti Shoes is a Dutch shoe brand who are one of the sponsors of this series, or at least this event.
Right.
'Cause I've seen Bugatti written on the bottom of our timesheets as well from the Autodromo Algarve, Autodromo International Algarve. So I don't think that is the car brand. Although, in fairness, it's all part of Volkswagen AG, isn't it? Bugatti still. Jerry Sisk says, not the first thing you think of, is it? No, it wasn't. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hello to Sam Pierce, who's rerunning the 2018 Le Mans 24 hours at the moment, whilst barbecuing some very French merguez on what would have been Le Mans weekend. Also dipping in and out of this real world race as well. It is the iRacing 24 hours of Le Mans next weekend, the biggest sim racing event of its kind. Multiple grids, and somewhere in the region we're expecting of 1,500 teams entering. We had 1,265 when we had the Nürburgring 24, the digital Nürburgring 24, split into 50-car splits, as they are called, grids if you want to look at them another way, all running in parallel universes, by the way, not on the track at the same time, obvs. That's next weekend, and we will have sound and vision coverage of the iRacing 24 hours of Le Mans. LMP1s with Audi and Porsche, the hybrid cars, as well as LMP2s. I think it's still the Acura open top car in that, and then of course the GTEs as well, variety of manufacturers. That's all next weekend. More details on the socials during the week, so keep an eye on that, working with our colleagues at racespot.tv to bring you that coverage for what is, as I say, the biggest participation sim racing event and one of the real blue ribbon iRacing events of the year, along with Nürburgring 24, Indy 500, etc. This is the one that people have been waiting for, and it's been going, what, 7, 8 years now, maybe? Can't wait for that next weekend. Some big name sim racers in that. The regulations say that you have to have some real world racing talent in there as well. And we've seen from the DNLS, which we ran today, and the IMSA Pro Series, just how good these real world guys have become on iRacing. Still the gold standard for remote network racing. And some very big names again next weekend, as in comes the 101 from the lead of the TCE category in third place overall, Johnny.
Yeah, Evo Breukers bringing this car in and to hand over to one of his sons on the rotation. Should be going back to Rick at this point, who's again getting plenty of mileage in the Red Camels Cupra. They're leaning on a margin of 3.5 minutes back to Tom Coronel. And remember that Audis look very, very quick, particularly in the hands of Coronel, but also Nathaniel Berton, his new teammate for the World TCR Season 2. That was announced in the last few days. So a strong lineup for the Come To You Team Audi Sports crew, whether that be in the sprint format or the longer distance stuff. And they've obviously spotted this race as an opportunity, as a perfect way to get back into practice of running that car for longer distances. I'm
giggling. The 24-hour series have just said, time for the latest round of which Renault brother is it? Judging by the helmet cover, they're going to say it's Alfred.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Matthias Kind says, it says R Renault next to the German flag on the helmet, so my money's on Robert, and that's what it says on the timing and scoring as well. It's a 50% chance of getting it right. It's one of the twins. I never even try, because they could be gaming us. You never know, do they? Because you could hardly ever tell.
I've never seen them in the same room together. to date. So maybe there's only ever been one. But it's even more difficult to tell them apart when one's wearing a face mask and the other one's wearing a full face helmet.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's where the body language, or the kind of the stature of the two, the gait, and often gives you the telltale signs. But even that didn't help me out on that occasion. Anyway, it is Robert Renauer in, and therefore Alfred was scampering around on the garage floor, making sure that all the work had been completed. Just a little bit of a hiccup towards the end, though, and they'll be wondering exactly what that problem was with the clutch diagnosis page on the dash flashing up.
It's not holding them up, is it?
Not now, no. So
he hasn't come back into the pits.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's really good news.
1:48.3 last time around with a full tank of fuel and new Hankooks. The leader, Michael Hughes, who has, I think that's the first time he's been in the car, isn't it, Michael? Yes, it is. He did a 47.7. That's only a second away from the best lap that 92 car's done in the race. So Michael might be a bit of a nighttime specialist, JP.
Yeah, well, we did.
That's quite impressive.
Whether he's being held back for that very reason, or I don't know, maybe man running down pit lane in the direction of the fueling area with hand drill.
Never good.
No. So
Never good.
Is that a problem for the 101 that's only just gone from the pit bay?
Oh, that's a great piece of detective work there.
Yeah.
There's a car stopped at the end of the pit lane.
There's
a car stopped at the end of the pit lane.
What's
the headlights? It's a Mercedes. It must therefore be the GT4 of Part the Gar Racing, shouldn't it? Well, he's gone past that.
He has gone past that. So it's the car that he's after, actually, in the fueling area.
Yes. Good spot.
And
it is the 101.
Seat. So it's
good. That's great deduction, mate. We'll get you a part on Lewis next, mate, or Endeavour. So definitely.
It's the Cupra that's hit. He can't get into the fueling area now. That's the problem.
And he's not allowed either because he doesn't have any fireproofs on.
Yes.
So he's not allowed. He'll have to hand that over the barriers. The Red Camel guys are on the radio. Ivo Breukers is standing hand on hips behind the team manager with the headset on. So he's got out of the 101. Oh no, it's Ivo. Yes, it is Ivo and Rick. So
no, I think Luke was standing next to him, and
Rick was in the car. Correct.
Yeah. My chance to redeem myself from a driver ID perspective.
Well done, mate.
Thanks.
I know, absolutely well done.
There was an R on his helmet. Must have been Rick.
Yeah, exactly. Very good. Hello from London says Phil Clark. Great, how great it is to see real racing again. I've loved the sim racing. You guys clearly have as well. Doing a great job. Thanks to all the team. Loving how great the cars look in what are even darker conditions than usual. It is good. It is very good. Now the question for me is, are they allowed to do any work on the car in the fueling station?
Yeah.
I don't even know. I suppose it's better to do it there than have the wheel fall off halfway around.
Well, have they let it go out of the fueling area and they're going to address the problem back in the pit lane? Because the car re-emerges from the final garage door, doesn't it? That's an awkward place for the Mercedes to be parked as well with the headlights on. Now, is that actually the safety car?
Is that a safety car?
Yeah, I wondered that.
Yes.
Because it is a Mercedes safety car that's in use. So that's parked in its little bay at the end of the pit lane, ready to be called.
Yeah, that'll be ticking over, so that's why the lights are on.
Yes.
Here comes the Cupra. Seems to have taken a little longer than I would have expected. On go the full main beams and the additional 2 little light bars of LED. And if you think that they are just for show, I can tell you from experience of racing at Anglesey in the rain and the dark and Cota in the hot and the dark, it's like the difference between literally night and day. You think, oh, the car's headlights will be great. No, they're great. They'll be fantastic. I'll not bother putting those on. And then, oh, go on then, I will. Oh, my goodness, what was I thinking of? It is fantastic.
So, yeah, that car rejoining, and got to think that they've addressed whatever the problem was. Maybe the Rick was radioing back saying there's something not right with this car. Anyway, apologies for the slight lateness with this standings update, but we felt we had to stay with the story around redcamel.jordans.nl being the class leaders after all, and because of that hiccup and the pit stop, they've lost the lead. But more of that in a second, because the 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche is now out front and by 14 laps. Now, we had a 3 or 4 lap advantage at one point for the other Herbert car, but the 91, though back in the race, has lost a considerable amount of time. The best part of an hour, over an hour and 6 minutes for the 91 car, which puts it back to 8th position and promotes
33 laps. That is JP. Just in terms of the laps, as you said, just under an hour in the pits, or on an hour in the pits for a gearbox change and a clutch reset. 33 laps is the number that it has lost.
And we've done 3:03 as a total, so that gives you an idea of quite how far back it is. 10% of the race it's lost. Michael Hughes, Herbert Motorsport, in the lead of the race. From Tom Cloet's Mulner Motorsport Porsche Cup car, so from the 991 division, that car currently second, which is the 921 numbered machine. Then it's 5 TCE series cars all locked together on the timing screen, but there are laps between these. Tom Coronel leads then, and there's 90 seconds between him and Roberto Ferri, the Italian who now drives the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf, car 112. Then the rejoining Rick Broker's Red Camel Jordans.nl Cupra, hopefully with all wheels attached to that car now, car 101. Christoph Lenz, the other Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf, is 4th in the TCE race, car number 1, and about to cross the line in the next 5 seconds. And Michael Blanchemont for AC Motorsport, the Audi RS3, currently 7th when you combine both entries, but 5th in the TCE series. 91 has rejoined the race, slipping back to 3rd in the GT series and is now 8th, but 33 laps adrift of the race leader. At 9th position for the 421 Torsten Young driven Mulder Motorsport Porsche 718 came in. Then the Volkswagen Golf of Thierry Chokandali, and that is the Code Racing Development entered Golf for car 124. Rodrigue Guillon, the last to be at the wheel of the Aston Martin Vantage. Remember, that came in at 45 degrees to the direction of travel with both rear wheels locked in position, and the work continues on the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. They've got quite a bit to do to get that car back in the race. It's been in the pits for an hour and 15 minutes. Olivier Dons for Speed Lover and their Porsche Cup car still running, 12th place and 7th in the GT, 6th in the GT series. Veloso Motorsport still very much a going concern, and Mariano Pires driving that Cayman, 7th place in the GT series. I'm afraid so. I don't think we're going to see any more of the Park Alga Racing Team Mercedes that is 14th on the timing screen, car 412, and we know for sure that the 84 Mercedes of HDP Windward is out of the race. So definitely 12 runners still in the race, possibly to be joined by, well, 2 other cars, but we'll wait and see.
And as far as Code 60s, we've had 5 of them for 6 laps, totaling just around about 38 minutes. We're in our longest green flag period now, over 3 hours, getting on past 3 hours and 20 minutes for that. And as far as the race leaders are concerned, Herbert Motorsport 91 have led the race. HTP led the race before their demise, and then Herbert Motorsport 92 has led. So 3 cars have led the race overall, although we have had, if you say that Herbert were leading from the start, they actually must have overtaken HTP, mustn't they? Because HTP were on pole, so that was a place change. I'm working on the Trussers rule there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 changes of leads between 3 cars, 2 of which were the 2 Herbert cars. I know people like this sort of thing.
I'm pretty sure there was at least one racing lap where Indy Doncher led. Is that what you've got? Lap 1 being led by Doncher?
Yeah, I suppose you might be right. Yes, okay.
Because the lead was taken at turn 1, where the 2 cars were actually side by side.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So that I'm wrong, because I'd made the cardinal sin of not scrolling all the way down to the bottom of my screen. So actually, it is still 3 cars, but the lead change is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 changes of lead between the 3 cars. Okay. And you're right, Indy Doncic did get scored for the leading early in the race.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because, I mean, the first thing that Robert Renauer needed to do was overtake his teammate, who was Jürgen Hering at the time, and Hering gave him plenty of room down into the Rotunda corner, Toro VIP. And then, I think on the next lap, which may have been lap 2, might have been lap 3, he managed to force Indy Doncic a little wide. Well, they both went into turn 1 virtually side by side, but Renauer had the inside line, and Doncic forced out onto the kind of runoff area, onto the curbing. Got a lot of grip out there. The lead changed for the foreseeable future for the rest of that stint, basically.
Night racing at Portimao, spectacular. It's a couple of hours now since the over an hour rather now since official sundown. We get sun back in the morning at 13 minutes past 6. So a very relatively short night here, and if we have as much light in the sky as the sun's coming up as we did when the sun went down, JP, that's really going to be about 5:45, 5:30, 5:45 in the morning when we see the first vestiges of light coming through.
Yeah, and you know, it's sort of 20-minute drive from the Atlantic coast, this place, reasonably high up compared to sea level. But the sun tends to disappear. Well, that's actually later on in the year. I'm thinking of ELMS weekends in October. The sun lingers in the sky for very little time indeed. But at this point of the year, what are we, 8 days before the longest day, it'll take quite a bit longer. So yes, it'll appear well before the sun actually pops above the horizon. Get that gentle increase in light. Still quite blustery though, and the flags have been fluttering readily in the paddock area, and again that's because of its location so close to the Atlantic coast.
I mean, this is a super facility which was built for all the right reasons at incredibly high cost, and then the F1 testing regulations changed. It was ostensibly built as an F1 testing circuit and only held 3 F1 tests at the end of 2008 and 1 at the end of 2008, 2 at the start of 2009. And there's a karting circuit, there's an off-road circuit as well. And being so close to the Algarve and the tourist areas there, you would have thought it was a great place to have a race circuit. The weather is extremely temperate, so getting down there at the end of the traditional Northern European season to do a bit of testing or to do some racing, really good. But Parc Algar, who were the developers behind it, who still run the race teams, they just couldn't get it to work, and that the money that they were hoping to get in from testing disappeared very early on because of the testing ban in Formula 1. Bahrain had the same issue. They were trying to do the same thing at that stage, and I think I'm right in saying I'm going to have to look this up now because I've started something that I'm not sure about. I've got a feeling it was that the debt was bought out or forgiven, part of it at least, and I think it's in local government hands now, the facility. I may be wrong at that, but I will now look that up. It's in a great place. The road up to it is fantastic. It's got fabulous transport links, or at least road links, from the main coastal motorway on the bottom end of Portugal.
Yeah, because that was my other thought, because another recent addition to the Formula 1 calendar has been Paul Ricard, and that's renowned for its difficulties with accessibility. Just as one the same road in and out, depending on which direction you attack it from. But they're single carriageway roads, whereas Portimao, you've got dual carriageway all the way in. And
Correct.
Part of that road's been built purely for the circuit. I think the motorway extended to that point anyway. And then as the circuit went in, they thought, well, let's get the infrastructure and the roads around it right too. And that was all built brilliantly. There's a nice hotel as well, just a bit further up the road, which can accommodate a number of teams. And you would think F1 drivers as well, if they want to stay close to being on site. So yeah, from an infrastructure point of view, it's great. It's held A1 GP races in the past, certainly one.
Yeah, I talked to Earl Bamber about it, and he loved the place. He said it was properly old school.
Yeah, 1,000-kilometre races as well, and Le Mans Series days prior to it becoming the European Le Mans Series. There was at least one Le Mans Series race, possibly a couple. So yeah, although it's never held a Grand Prix, it has had a lot of high-profile stuff in the early days. Late noughties when it was first built, and then I think since then, although ELMS has definitely found its a home there after Estoril for a number of years, looking at the 24 hours run annually since 2017 by Creventic.
But, there we go. I have found that September 2013, Parque Algarve Serviço was taken over by Portugal Capital Ventures, a Portuguese state-owned venture capitalist firm, which effectively put the circuit under state management, and that was enacted because of the debts accumulated by Parque Algarve Serviço, approximately 160 million euros. It did cost 195 million. Yeah, 195 million for the whole project with the karting track. Did they build the hotel at the circuit? I don't think they did, or the sports complex, but there was a sort of a start of a technology park. But the apartments that were due there, I don't think ever got built, JP.
No, there's sort of an apartments attachment of the same hotel.
Is there?
Yeah, so
there is a hotel at the track.
It is a sort of 4 or 5 minute drive away, but yeah.
Down that dual carriageway with the roundabouts, which is fantastic to drive.
That's right. So as you drive out underneath the circuit, underneath the main start-finish straight, get to the first roundabout, and instead of turning left, which would send you to the exit, you turn right and you go a bit further up the hill. Yeah. A couple more roundabouts, and at the top of the hill, there's a very nice...
Past the karting track, in fact, yeah.
Yes, there's a very nice hotel there, which has rooms within the main building, but then there's an offshoot of various apartments that actually, if you get the right one of the rear-facing apartments, looks right over the circuit.
Oh, really?
Much further up over the hill. In fact, fantastic from our cruise on site. There's the hotel.
You see, Johnny says it, and it appears on the screen.
This is the power I've got, you see.
That's very impressive.
Yeah. I
remember once you literally counting down to the Dubai, counting down to the SPA 007 marker lights on the side of the cars, going from overall to class positions and then back to overall again.
That's right.
On your demand.
Yeah, it was all down to my words.
That is your
nothing
power.
Else. I know.
By the way, there's clearly absolutely nothing wrong with the 91 car. 1:45.9 last time around for Robert Renard, who is in behind the wheel of that car. So he's picked up the pace of that after a couple of sort of little exploratory laps. His next target is the Autorama Christoph Lenz-driven Volkswagen, the number one car. That's the number one carried by the previous year's overall champions, which can come from any of the classes, of course, or from TCE or indeed GT endurance. 101 back in again. This is early.
I know.
And they are looking at the wheels.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. It's only been out there for 10 minutes or so. And this is the car that had the drama once it had reached the fueling area at the end of the previous stop, and it meant that one of the gang at Red Camel had to run half the length to the pit lane with wheel gun in hand and hand it through.
6 laps by Rick. 6 laps by Grit. The torque and everything back up again. They've got a new tyre going. Oh no, they're taking tyres off. Do we think it might be gunk or something underneath? Oh, they're pulling out huge bits of rubber.
They are.
From Or are they bump stops? They can't be bits of rubber pickup. They are. Bits of rubber pickup being pulled out from under the rear wheel arches that are the sizes of cricket balls.
Yeah. Well, there's again a great idea of how much gunk there is offline and pickup, which has been scraped off these Hankook tyres through the course of 10 and a bit hours racing. And it looks like it's collected in and around the wishbones, other suspension parts, in those little crevices as well, right inside the wheel arches that you can't gain access to until the wheel is off. So maybe some of that's just wrapped itself around some of the integral bits, and it's throwing the car's setup off.
And you don't want that on the inside of your wheel rims either, because that'll cause vibrations, exhausts back there that they could catch fire. We've seen people in the past, haven't we, with all kinds of little grills trying to stop the build-up of tyre pickup, and they're looking around the rear diffuser and the exhaust on the back of the Cupra.
Yeah, some GT3 cars and some GT4 cars actually have...
they had 3 guys over the line there.
Oh, yes, they did. Although, is it three guys touching the car at any one point, or 3 over the line?
3 guys. It's two mechanics and a lollipop man.
Yes. The lollipop man not able to take active part in the pit stop, shall we say. Visually,
might have got away with that because he was standing to one side, in fairness. He wasn't actually doing any work.
Yes. But I remember... certainly Ginetta G55s or possibly G50s in the past, scooping up quite a bit of tyre pickup into the rear wheel arches and in that little area in the rear bumper, and that's often led to fires in the past on Ginettas. Colin White, a spectacular fire year before last, I think, at Barcelona, which took a long time to put out. So they're wondering what the problem is with this 101 car. Going to send it again towards the fueling area. It might not need a great deal of fuel, actually. No, it's going to go in the garage. Oh, dear. So they pushed it just a couple of inches forward so they can get the required turn necessary to now wheel it backwards into the garage, and much more work required on this car. This also means that more personnel can suddenly attack the problem, and the air jacks being pushed forward so that they can get that car first of all on its internal jacks, and then maybe on the incompressible jack stands as well. Is there also a problem for the 421, or is that just routine work taking place on the Cayman?
Torsten Young brought that car in, and they had done 21 laps on their last stint, so that to me would be a bit early, if I'm honest.
There's a flashlight being shone underneath the car by one of the guys, 2 of the guys, I think, on their sides, ground level at the back. So, again, just working out what the problem is here.
Been in 3 minutes already, JP.
Yeah.
That car.
The lack of lighting in the pit lane's a real problem, isn't it, this time around?
Isn't it?
We've never had a pit lane this dark before. And obviously
they don't have the overhead gantries, which a lot of cars do, and without the big floodlights from the other side of the track, or the overhead floodlights in the pit lane, that is a little dark in there.
And it's a little dark on the back section of the circuit as well.
I like that.
No, it's true endurance racing, true overnight racing. And
that's absolutely my cup of tea, that, mate. Oh, I've just seen the overhead of the hotel. So that, you're right. So you sort of go out, turn right, go down past turn 1, and the hotel is further down from the sort of turn 1, 2, 3, 8 area, looking back up towards it. Quite a nice design as well, lad.
Oh, it's a nice hotel, definitely, yes. And
you stayed there?
We stayed there last year, because we were there on site to cover the race. Joe Bradley died.
This race last year. Right, okay.
Andrew Marriott.
Could almost walk to work there, couldn't you?
It was brilliant. Because again, we had a few hours off overnight, so jump in the car, literally 3 or 4 minute drive to your bed, and then tumble out in the morning to finish the race off. So very civilised way of going racing. Of course, the die-hard fans will have stayed up all night. And all the crew members will have done as well. So they were much more tired than we were come the end of the 24 hours. we felt we cheated it somehow, but nevertheless, we had a good time.
I just had a note from JM Littman, who was toying with the idea of going down to Portimao. They're doing a brake change on the front end, at least the pads by the look of it, on the 101 at the same time as they've got it in there. And GM was toying with the idea of going down, but much like our travel plans, rather stymied by the fact, and if you're further afield than the UK and Europe, you probably don't know at the moment, but still right now the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Office are seeing no non-essential travel anywhere, including into Europe, and with that travel advisory, as it's called, out there, it's pretty difficult, if not impossible, to get things like travel insurance and professional insurance to go outside the country. Plus there's a slightly added complication of having to have 14 days quarantine when you come back into the UK from Europe at the moment. And I know JM was considering going to this race, but put it behind. But he has raced that 101 Red Camel Cupra, and he said, I did have a little fire in that car 2 years ago from tyre pickup build-up.
Yeah.
So that's what they certainly were pulling out the back of that car. But there seems to be something slightly more fundamental there. Maybe some tyre pickup that's done some damage, JP, on the rear suspension, and they're taking the time to do front brake pads as well.
Well, yeah, I think the concern was definitely how the car was feeling for Rick Breukers, rather than any fire risk that they're trying to curtail before it even hits. You know, obviously nobody wants to see a car on fire, but it's more about how comfortable the driver is. And Rick's, you know, just about your best man to know whether a car's behaving itself or not, and he can always drive around that problem. But they want to, you know, be in a good position to attack the second half of this race, and we're heading towards just 90 minutes before we get to half distance. They're in and around the top few in the TCR division, but this is really starting now to affect their position, because if you bear in mind the Come To You Team Audi Sport RS3, that's the DHL back, the yellow car of Tom Coronel currently, it's completed 291 laps, and the car in the pits 101, the Red Camel Cupra 286, so 5 laps adrift already.
Yeah.
That's not race defining yet, but if it was to double to 10 laps, then that's really in territory where you'd start to be concerned.
I would say as well, I'm watching the times of Herbert Motorsport. Robert Renau in the 46 is still the fastest guy on the track at the moment, and they are only 11 and a half, 12 laps away from an overall podium, and therefore what, 15, 16, 17 laps or thereabouts. No, that's not right. Yes, it is right. 283, 14 laps, let's say, away from second at the moment, and both of those cars are cars that will be going quicker of, and we've got more than half the race to go yet, so it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that if nothing else changes, that the 91 car could still be second place. And you know, as Trussers always says, when I am talking about this, and he says, yes, all things being equal, but all things are never equal, are they? And he's absolutely right.
No. But
we have a chance of probably 3 out of the 4 classes could still take an overall victory as it stands right now. And even though there's only 2 GT3 cars still running, either one of them have still got a chance of the win.
Yeah. And teams, you know, generally are not plotting how far they may be able to get on the current pattern of stint lengths and drive time, average laps, and all that sort of thing. They, you know, when they hit a problem such as the 91, which takes their car out of the race for 65 minutes, then you know, the priority is getting the car fixed, getting it back out. Has the problem been sorted? Yes. Now let's just carry on with the rhythm of the race, and we'll see where we are by daybreak. But
Alan Prosser reminds us of the Synchro Honda Civic with Hello Mum Steph running the team.
Yes.
Had the rear bumper corners smashed off by big lumps of rubber, and he's highlighted the big lump of rubber that came out. David Walton says, Jeff Rowe says, hey, with 13 and a half hours to go, if Scuderia Praha turn up and start racing now, they might still get on the podium with all the attrition that we're seeing, which is what made me giggle.
It's a good shout because they have a tremendous record around this place. 3 times this race has been held. They've won all 3. And I think with the same driving lineup every single time too. So, yeah, they must be thinking, to be involved in this one this year. I don't know what state of lockdown or otherwise the Czech Republic is in currently, and how easy it would have been to have actually got across, because that's quite a lengthy journey from Prague across to the south of Portugal. And the country...
I'm very impressed.
You'd have to go through.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, just the countries you'd have to go through to get there. I mean, namely Spain, which is rather tricky right now.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Very impressed with the footwear on the 101 Red Camel mechanic that was working on the right front wheel there, putting the right front wheel up. Nice set of what look to be like Adidas Gazelles. I do like to see an Adidas Gazelle. Not possibly the most modern and all the supports and stuff like that, but it's a very stylish shoe.
It is.
You'd call it a leisure shoe now rather than any kind of sports shoe. Although that's what I used to run in for the county back
Is it
in
really?
19...
A pair of Gazelles?
Yeah, a pair of Gazelles, mate. I've still got a brand new...
Get your Sambas out.
Well, I do have some Sambas as well, but I was always more of a Gazelle. I did like the Gazelles. I've got somewhere a pair... And I can't remember now if it's a pair of Sambas or Gazelles that I've got from about 1973 or 74 that I've never worn.
Really?
I've still got them somewhere. Yeah, blue suede with the white flash, the white stripes rather.
Can't beat a classic design.
I don't think you can. And I never liked the ones that had the big toes. I like the narrower toes because I didn't like the ones that sort of had the big sort of bumper car toe on them. There they are. What do you reckon they are? The guy who's pushing on the left rear, or the right rear rather.
I
think Gazelles or Sambas?
Didn't quite get them. No,
yeah.
We'll go with your guess of the Gazelles. Anyway, the 101's moving again. That was nowhere near as long as the 91 pit stop, thank goodness. And they backed the car in. I think they knew the angle of attack there. Well, the rear right was off, wasn't it? And clumps of tyre pickup coming out, but obviously something slightly longer to fix. Handfuls of pickup. Yeah, quite well described that. Very accurate. And the car goes back out again, probably to pick up a load more on the first lap now.
So where have they dropped down to? 4th in TCE, the Touring Car Endurance Series, and 6th overall. That's a pretty good job. Where's the shoes? We're not looking at the right. Where's the Adidas shoe? There they are. Oh yeah, just on the left. Yeah, I didn't quite see them. That's a classic, absolute classic design.
Right, so 101, I said if we get anywhere close to 10 laps being adrift, that is time to be concerned. It's going to be 8 laps.
That looks like a hub that they were looking at. A bearing.
Okay.
A hub and a wheel bearing was what they were wiggling around there.
Well, that generates quite a vibration. I can understand why the team initially wanted to make sure that the wheel was on right, then you'd go for the pickup, and then... Is the hub seated correctly? Is the wheel bearing starting to expire? That's actually a very impressive turnaround to get that switched over so quickly. But they know that car from back to front, do Red Camel, along with a number of other crews, mind you, in the TCE field. Autorama, vastly experienced. AC Motorsport, likewise. What I don't know a great deal about is Code Racing Development, and whether that's a collection of team members from another outfit or whether that's a newly formed squad, but of France. And as I mentioned earlier on, Porsche Lorient Racing, a famous French squad associated with the 24/8 series, Team Ultran with their 2 Peugeots as well. But Code Racing Development, a new name on me. They've acquired a very smart looking Volkswagen Golf with the black, predominantly black livery, but the green detailing here and there. And Thierry Ciocondali doing the driving there currently, number 124, 6th in the TCE field. That car's done 263 laps, so is the best part of 30 laps behind the class leading Come To You Team Audi Sport RS3. We've got GT Series cars and TCE machines all represented in the top 10, the grids combined, and much better attrition, less attrition from the TCEs currently than the GTs, because it might be 3 retirements we've had so far, although only 1 announced officially, and they've all come from the GT series part of the entry.
Yeah, good point. That is a good point. And the irony of that is, of course, the TCR cars originally built as sprint cars to do 40 minutes at a time.
Yeah, indeed.
I keep telling anybody who wants to listen, and quite a few people who frankly clearly don't, but I do keep telling them how good these, remember, factory built and design and built race cars are. They are a turnkey factory race car. Don't think that this is, you know, a car taken off the line that was going to be a GLS or a Sport or a GTI that, you know, then gets a cage thrown in it and they don't bother putting the stereo in it. That's not how this works with the TCRs. All the TCRs from all of the different manufacturers, they are either bodies in white, BIW, and then with a full cage assembled, or whisper it. I have heard tell that 1 or 2 people are building them like the old British touring car Super 2000 cars, where you start off with the shell, start off with the cage rather, and then you hang the body panels around it. So it's kind of like a tube frame car with the body panels hung around them. I think it's more the former than the latter, unless people are starting to get very tricky indeed. There's all kinds of specifications you can be clever on, like the gauge of the metal that forms the panels. So if the gauge of the metal that forms the panels is not allowed to be any thinner than 11 mil,
yeah,
and you know that a stock panel is 15 mil, then you acid dip the panels to get them down. Seriously, mate. Oh, it's all you've got to optimize. You've got to optimize. I suspect that because of the type of cars, and these being customer racing cars, supplied literally, you know, with a handbook and a setup sheet, and off you go.
Yeah.
The options list include the endurance racing packs, or headlights, bigger fuel tank, hydraulic jacks. In some cases ABS. Anywhere where you run over an hour in the race, you're allowed the ABS kit, although to be honest, they create so much downforce from the body panels that you really have to rocket them to lock the brakes up even without the ABS. All kinds of other little bits and pieces, heated windscreens, etc. for endurance running. And most of the major manufacturers do an endurance kit for them, but even so, I think someone was telling me recently 130,000 euros for a brand new one with a little spares package and ready to go in endurance. And you see them changing hands for 80, 90,000 euros with a spares kit and some wheels ready to go racing. Nothing in motor racing is cheap, JP, but you've got to say, for a factory racing car that would have provenance and importantly would have a resale value, because there's so many championships you can run them in.
Yes.
Unlike a lot of touring car style endurance races that have been built in the past, that have been built from a written off, a crash damaged road car with a cage, and you know, then you mess about with the electronics and you've got to get the ABS to work the way you want to because it's a road car and it doesn't like working with slick tyres and well, you know, that's got no provenance. But the Cupras, the Golfs, the Audis, and indeed all the other, whatever it is, 14 manufacturers that seem to be putting these cars out in TCR, including Hyundai, of course, who've got a variety of versions, it seems, of their platform in different body shapes for different territories around the world. They've all got factory provenance, they've got a resale value, and at that price range for, what is it, 330, 335 brake horsepower through the front wheels, that's a lot of fun, and they're as quick as a GT4 car, and nowhere near the price of a GT4 car.
Yeah, Yeah, and obviously producing that power in very different ways, producing that performance, but a whole load of fun as well, and possibly easier to get your mind around if you're new to motorsport, the front-wheel drive nature of the car. But you can see the business opportunity, actually, for people like Baz Kooten and for Ultrama Motorsport to invest in a couple of chassis, and then you get the drivers that want to literally arrive and drive. So, you know, you buy the cars, and then you prep them for the drivers with a bit of cash. They don't want to necessarily buy a car, they just want to do a few races through the year to accompany their business activities. And I mean, the sheer reliability of the cars, but also they take a bit of punishment too. We haven't had, thankfully, I don't think, any contact so far, although there's question marks about whether the Aston Martin got together with the 91 Porsche earlier on in the race. But barring that, generally things have been pretty clean. But even when the TCR cars get side by side and start rubbing tyres, they can stand up to a fair bit of punishment, and can also be turned around pretty quickly from one race meeting to the next. And you might actually be chopping and changing from an endurance spec to a sprint spec, back again to endurance spec. I know in Dubai's in the past, Dubai weekends in the past, we've had sprints and endurance, the 24 hours, done by the same cars. And they've just been converted in an afternoon, pretty much.
Sambas, mate. I think they were Sambas, not Gazelles.
You've looked at that again, have you? Okay.
Well, Alan Pross has got me is still.
Of course he has.
The key difference between the Gazelle and the Samba has a thinner sole and has a little tab just next to the laces. That the Gazelle, the sort of bumper around it runs all the way around at the same sort of level. I think that might be a Gazelle, which it might be a Samba, excuse me, which is even better in my eyes. So that's quality stuff. You don't get this kind of, listen, you don't get this kind of in-depth commentary and analysis in any other motorsport, do you?
No, we'll do anything. Commentary on the leisure type shoe / trainer / sneaker. Yeah, we just need to improve our identity, really, but that's the same across the board of race drivers, cars at night, and indeed trainers. We'll get there. I wonder if
it wasn't for Alan Prosser, I wouldn't have got that.
I wonder if that guy in question actually knows we're in an in-depth discussion about his footwear for the weekend.
Yeah.
You're going to go viral in a minute, mate, but all about your trainers.
Oh, right. Coronel's going into the pits, in the garage. This is the leading car in the TCE category. Now, this might be, we're getting down towards, you know, not far away from half distance, a brake change. It is a brake change.
Good guess. And the discs are ready to be applied. I wonder whether it might be tyre pickup again, because if one car can be affected by it, certainly another one can. But no, this
might just be planned maintenance on the Audi. We saw them doing at least pads on the 101 that had the pad spreader out. I would have thought they would have changed the calipers at the same time if they were doing discs, but I might be wrong there. Maybe the TCRs don't have that facility. So off comes the brake disc itself, but they haven't had the disc spreaders out. So I think it maybe was just pads on the 101. The bonnet is up so that the mechanic can top up the brake fluid and make sure that they don't get any air into the system. Coronel is out of the car, and in about a minute and a half, 2 minutes time, the Autorama number 2, the 112 car will come round. Roberto Ferri is behind the wheel of that car. Shredded brake duct material around the front. The corrugated plastic that ducts cooler air onto the calipers, absolutely shredded and has been discarded, so there'll be new ones on that, and that is pickup, JP, so spot on with that.
So that'll run from the intake on the front right corner of the bumper, will it, to the brakes, or maybe from the top of the nose. But yes, it was the Honda that we were remembering, wasn't it, that Lanzarote Camel was remembering about. I remember that there were two little nets or vent covers that didn't last too long at all at the back of that car. No. And then it started to take great chunks out of the bumper itself, which they just ended up running without. It was particularly bad.
Yeah, it was particularly bad at Brno, I seem to remember.
Yes.
For some reason.
Yeah, again, that's quite
why it should have been
track,
Brno.
Isn't it, I think.
Ah, right, okay, yes, yeah.
The Well, you wouldn't imagine the cooler temperatures we tend to get there would have been favourable to tyre wear, or was it here at Brno last year? Because that was the middle of summer, I seem to remember, the Brno race.
Yes,
last
it was.
Year. Was it July time?
Yes, because we did the old track, didn't we? We did the long road circuit on it. It was a lovely
yes,
day.
we did.
When we did that.
Yeah, the Monday after the race, I seem to remember. So, yes, quite a bit of damage done internally, but not to any parts that can't be easily replaced. That tubing, corrugated tubing, will have to go for a Burton, and new stuff sourced. Quite a fiddly job, I would imagine, to refit that.
Well, I've just found the Bugatti shoe website.
Ah, yeah.
As they're one of the sponsors.
As you said.
They've got some very nice shoes for men and women. Leisure shoes, more dressy shoes as well, but very, very stylish. Haven't looked at prices yet. But yeah, okay. As we were talking about shoes, I thought I'd better mention one of the sponsors.
Quite right. Well, a very, very hot disc from the front right corner now is pushed away and into a safe corner of the garage. And new disc, or rotor if you prefer, is now being attached. So pads and discs together, just on the fronts though. So that's the end of the car that takes all the punishment. 3:25 laps completed. Have we just had a new fastest lap of the race? No, fastest lap for the car though of Michael Hughes. Now this, we talked about keeping Michael back in the rotation. Quite clearly he's comfortable at night because he's just done the best lap of the race for that car, and not just in nighttime hours. It's a 1:46 flat for that car. Obviously conditions pretty good because Rick Brokers in the Red Camel Cooper has just done that car's best lap of the race as well. So temperatures are cooling. There's a bit of rubber gone down through the last nearly 11 hours of running, and a 1:56.735 represents the best lap time for car 101 now as well.
Just to update you on the distance, Johnny suggested earlier on that we might beat the number of laps that were completed by Scuderia Praha last year, which was in the early 720s, wasn't it? 721, I think you said, JP. Yeah. Sorry, I things like that stick in my mind. And you suggested that without any further code 60s, and now we've been green for almost 4 hours, it's now 7:28 predicted.
Right.
And we're showing no sign of easing the pace at the front of the field. So, yeah, it's certainly going to be well over 700 laps again. And given that Milner Motorsport are, only certainly less than 20, fewer than 20 laps off the lead, even the 991 Porsche class car could be looking at somewhere in the region of 700 laps by the end of this race. Out comes the DHL-sponsored 117 Audi from Come To You. Tom Coronel was out of that car. I'll tell you who got in it in a moment. So Roberto Ferri's got to the third position overall and leading the TC endurance part of this race, and therefore TCR.
The record target is actually from 2017, where they went one extra lap, so 7:22 is really yeah, I mean, I was reading off the race distance from last year just because it was last year's race, not because it was record breaking. It came close, 7:21, but 7:22 was the race distance 2 years prior to that. And I'm pretty sure there's only been 3 Portimao 24 hours prior to this year's. So yeah, if we can get to 7:23, that would be a new record. Up the hill for the TCR. Now this is where my driver ID or car ID is going to struggle, because I don't have the clue of the car's number in the windscreen, because I can't detect that now with this level of light.
That's
it's the car just coming out of Portimao corner now and heading down the hill. And it's not the 188, because that's in the pit lane.
It's the number 1 car. It's the 1 car.
Ah, okay.
That was the number 1 car, JP. That was the Autorama Golf. I was about to say to TCR, it's a front-wheel drive car, the way he was throwing it into the corner. But I think that's the Christoph Lenz-driven Autorama Motorsport Volkswagen Golf you were on board with there.
Yeah. So very close to getting to the 300 lap marker there. The TCE race leader, Roberto Ferri. Another Autorama Motorsport Golf. So, yeah, with pit stops for the 101 and the 117, unscheduled pit stops for the 101. But that's really put the Autorama cars in a good spot here. First and third they currently run. Now, okay, you're looking at the best part of 8 minutes between the second of those Golfs and the other cars in the class. But on for a podium, and even just the smallest amount of drama up ahead for 112 or 117 could put the number 1 car in an even better position. The Belgian-run Audi from AC Motorsport back on the move again. Michael Blanchemont bringing that car in. And now to the fueling area. They've probably done a driver change there in 188. We'll have to wait to see that car re-emerge from the final garage door. So bear in mind that your way to access the fueling area, which is done completely separately from the driver changes and the tyre changes in the pit lane, there is a separate fueling area which you gain access to via the penultimate garage. So you actually drive through the garage in one side and out the other to gain access to the 5 pistol pumps the other side. 5 or 6, can't remember what Nick said now. And then the way you get back out again is through the final garage. So there's definitely one-way traffic, one in, one out. And
wow.
That's how you get back onto the racetrack itself.
Michael Hughes is out of the Herbeth number 92 car. Mechanics just checking both sides to make sure the wheels were seated properly, and again just with the winking left-hand light for the 92 car when it's on the pit lane speed limiter. It's the right-hand front headlight that winks on the 91. That's another way to tell them apart in the pit lane. Going in for fuel service now. It won't lose the lead, of course. And I did notice a Channel 7 logo on the side of that Herbeth car. So is that would be a remnant of a Bathurst, Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours?
I suppose it must be. I hadn't actually.
So whose car was that? Yeah. So whose car was it then? Before it was theirs, would be my question.
Very good question. Yeah, it was a Porsche. I'd seen the 7 certainly on the side, and represented that, how that represents Channel 7 for Australia, and then try to work out which car it was. But yeah, it's one of the Herbert Porsches. But who owned that before? Need the chassis number really.
Because Herbeth haven't done the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours as Herbeth, have they?
No.
No, I didn't think so.
And I don't know whether we've seen, for example, either of the Renauers race there.
Oh, now that's
the thing. I'll have to look that up, which I can do. But I think it's more about a question of where the chassis was acquired from, surely. Yeah, difficult. Because obviously they put their own wrap on it, but that probably doesn't involve changing the windows.
The B-pillar.
No, the B-pillar.
Well, it was on the B-pillar, yeah.
Yeah.
It was on the B-pillar, I think. And maybe they decided they'd just like to leave it on there. It was lucky for them.
Quite
I don't
cool.
know.
Yeah.
I think one of the Renaults has raced at Bathurst, now you've mentioned that. I'll let you do some research as the fuel continues to go into that number 92 car with a new driver. Michael Hughes out of the car, having done a cracking stint, and his lap times were very competitive indeed. And that was another 42 lap stint for that car. So that seems to be, whether there's a little bit of purple flag full course 60 running or not, that seems to be what they are running to. 42 laps in that Herbeth Motorsport car, which seems reasonable. Johnny now deep into the records. I can almost hear.
Well, he wasn't there this year. Oh. I can tell you that much. Nor the previous year. I mean, is it too recent to have obtained one of the Alabama Motorsport cars?
Well, that's a good shout.
As in,
that's a very good shout.
The race-winning car or the sister machine from 2019? I don't know.
I didn't. The other thing is, let's look at it the other way.
Yeah.
Did Earl Bamber Motorsport borrow a Herbeth car to do something in Europe, like the Spa 24 Hours, and they have some sponsorship from Channel 7,
Yeah,
and
that
so
they
it
brought
went
with
on
them.
there.
Yeah, that would fit more so.
It's Robert Renaud, by the way, who's jumped into. So it's Robert now, and he is not hanging about. His out lap is very quick indeed. Oh, sorry, no, that's the 91 car, isn't it? Sorry. So Robert is still pushing very hard after that car got back into the race. Remember, I told you they'd lost 32, 33 laps. Leader at the moment on its out lap was on lap 328, and Herbert on 298. So I've gained a couple of laps back. Not quite on the same pit stop cycle as Veloso Motorsport, and Paulo Pinheiro is in the... No, that one's been in the pits for a while, so that's the other Cayman that's in. That's the Milner Motorsport car, is it, Daniel? No, it's not. It's the 08. It's Veloso. But that's showing in the pits, not in the fuel on my timing at the moment, which is what...
Yes, that is confusing, because it's definitely in the fueling area.
Out a bit.
Yeah, so it's in the back of the paddock. Should have triggered the secondary beam. Unless
Those
somehow
Caymans
it's ended up there having not negotiated the pit lane. No, that wouldn't work either. I don't know what's gone on there. Not triggered the correct loop. Another car down pit road, and team readying tyres.
This is Autorama. Christoph Lenz in the pit lane for the number 1 car. And he comes in to hand that car over. Slams into the board.
Which quite clearly states driver ID at the top of it, as well as a reminder to make sure that your switch or the dial is in the correct position for the next driver.
It's probably the first thing, no, the second thing that your team manager will tell you is radio check, radio check. Yeah, I can hear you, I can hear you. Driver ID, driver ID.
Yeah. And
then the next thing will be new tyres, and don't forget to go for fuel.
Well, yes. I mean, I could understand that being top of the list, to be honest. Fuel, just remember the fuel, and then the driver ID. So there's that little dial that you just flick to. I mean, some teams have got 5 drivers, so you've got 5 different settings on that.
There'll be a rotary dial somewhere that has numbers on it, and you know what your number is. I was solidly driver number 4 when I was in the Aston, so I just had to make sure that that was clicked over to number 4, and then it does the rest. Sometimes on other categories of racing, the Autorama car struggling.
Not got going, has it? No fire in the belly.
He's on the radio. It fired and then stopped. Come back to my little story in a moment about other cars. It's going to take the team with the head torches on. Oh no, it is running.
Okay.
I can see it ticking over. So has he not got a gear? Or have they not got a tyre on properly? Is this another wheel that's not seated properly? We've seen a couple of these, JP.
Yes.
And I wonder if there's something getting between the hub. They're going to put it up on its jacks. They're bringing the air bottles down, so it's going to go back up on its jacks. So are they going to send him?
He's gone.
Well, they've sent him. Yeah, I'm going for fuel. Sorry. Can't be bothered.
We haven't got time
what
to
I was going to say. No. What I was going to say about driver ID is, in some categories of cars, your helmet plug itself. So certainly in things like the WEC, your helmet plug itself it has an encoded driver ID. So when you plug that in, it automatically makes that change. So there's no clicking over of anything. And for a long time, JP, and you know this very well, when we were in even the sort of class of racing that we're looking at now, you wouldn't know who was in the car unless you spotted them getting in or were told by a pit lane reporter, because it was too expensive to have driver ID transponders on at Dubai 90 cars, whereas nowadays the technology exists for it to be just that switch that sends the code when it goes past one of the loops, and that's a massive step forward for for national and regional racing that we didn't have a handful of years ago.
Yeah, well, it's a very recent addition to the Nürburgring 24 hours, for instance. I remember,
yes, good point.
I remember 4 years ago, and I literally went up and down the pit lane to try and find out who was in the cars for one particular stint, because you can sort of judge it by the speed, the general speed, but other drivers that you know less about, how quickly should they be going? So it's a bit of a head scratcher, and yeah, that's been a revelation now to include that on the timing screen. And as you say, it trickles down to national motorsport, because there's now a timing system whereby I think I did a Ford KA race last year at Cadwell Park.
I so want to do one of those.
And part of the list of things to do as you come out of the pit stop, having had new driver and fuel in the car, you got a little wristband, and you've got to stop just before you re-enter the racetrack, put your arm out, your window down, arm out, and then your wristband gets scanned by a scanner
brilliant.
on a tripod. That feeds back to the timing system, and that's
what, like an RFID chip?
Yeah, but
it's got an RFID chip in it.
On the wristband, yeah. So
brilliant.
The wristband is attached at the start of the weekend. They're unique to each of the drivers, and
that is brilliant.
That gets zapped as you go out, and yeah, the timing screen was constantly up to date. It was brilliant and very simple.
You and I, we've done races before at national level where you've got to hope that the information you've been given by the race organiser, if it's a two-driver race, Dave Miggins is going to start, and Rob Smith's going to go second. So if the car's been in the pits, that Rob Smith is finishing the race off. But that relies on people, A, putting that piece of paper in to start with, and B, sticking by their original plan.
Yeah.
We've gone through another hour of racing, and we're coming towards the end of the full produced coverage for this evening, although we will continue with onboards and live timing and scoring. Johnny Palmer has the standings.
Yes, at 11 hours into the 2020 running of the Hankook-powered 24 hours of Portimao. The 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche then leads the way. Almost half distance, just another 60 minutes to go, and we're there. And as John says, still got full coverage on the stream of the cars circulating and fighting, let's hope, as well, throughout the night from various onboard cameras. And Jürgen Hering has had a lengthy period behind the wheel of that car. They've actually installed Marco Siegfried, though, for this portion of the overnight, and he enjoys a 33, nearly 34-minute advantage at the head of the order. Carlos Vieira for Mühlner Motorsport, Portuguese driver for Belgian outfit, leads the way in the 991 class, and that car second in the GT series. And then there are 3 TCE series entered cars. The Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf, which has just come into the pits, actually, to be serviced. Roberto Ferri probably going to clamber out of the 112 and be replaced by a co-driver. Nicholas Bett, therefore, not close enough, I would say, to re-inherit the lead. He has had a spell towards the sharp end, though. Been impressed with the youngster. Only 18 years old, Nicholas Bett. And the 117 car is currently second in that class. Another GT Series car then fifth, which is the recovering 91 of Robert Renauer in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. The Volkswagen Golf that's there in third place is another Autorama Motorsport example, and that's Stefan Tanner now at the wheel of the number 1 car on his outlap. 101 is the Rick Brokers driven Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra, fourth in TCE, ahead of the AC Motorsports Audi of Hannes Morin, the Swede, car 188. Daniel Boer for Mühlner Motorsport is in 9th place, another GT Series entry of the Cayman class. Volkswagen Golf for Thierry Ciocandali for the Code Racing Development Volkswagen Golf. That car 10th, ahead of Olivier Dons for Speed Lover, and another 991 class Porsche. That one's had various trials and tribulations, actually. They're doing well to still be in the running. The 408 car of Paolo Pinheiro is the one we've just seen in the fueling area. And sadly, 3 cars that look firmly like their retirement. Certainly one is the HDP Winward Mercedes, last driven by Bryce Ward, but he had a nasty looking crash at turn 13 and that car is out. Joachim Penteado for Park Algar Racing Team, their Mercedes probably a retirement, now in the pits for over 6 hours. And for 2 and a bit hours, we've not seen the Aston Martin Vantage of Pro Sport Racing, last driven by Rodrigue Guillaume. But otherwise, 12 runners, all set for a good push now overnight, John.
Yeah, and the big drama, of course, is the Herbert car. The early drama was the pole sitting machine going out. But the big drama recently, that gearbox change for the very well fancied 91 car, which is charging back through the field. Excellent work again today by the small but dedicated team from 022 we will leave you now. Nick Damon will join JP and myself from 9 UK and indeed 9 local time in Portugal through to the end of the race on Sunday morning. So 9 a.m. Sunday morning through to the end of the race. But there's no need to tune away. The sights and sounds continue on the stream, on the video stream with live timing as well at 24hseries.com and also via radio-show.co.uk. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday evening. We'll be back just after breakfast time on Sunday morning to take you through to the end of the race. Thanks to Hugh in London and to Tim earlier on. Nick Damon was alongside Johnny Palmer and me, John Hindhaugh. Good evening.